The dog game is dying. The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time best in show and two-time gamest in show. Going hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time best in show and two-time gamest in show. Going hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time best in show and two-time gamest in show. Going hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion May Day, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, and Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
What up? What up? What up, everybody? What up? What up? What up? Appreciate everybody for showing up tonight, hanging out with us on this Friday night, because you know what time it is. It's Hot Mic Friday. What up, everybody? Don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that like button. Big shout out to all my people out there in the Shark Tank. Big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. Again, y'all don't forget to hit that like button. Let me check out and see who I got hanging out with me tonight out there in the Shark Tank. Let me give a big shout out to my man Bloodthirst, #1, aka Havoc in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to the one and only long-time supporter, my man, Mr. Dickie Foster in the house. What up, fam? Yo, big shout out to CTK, Constant Trauma Kennels in the house representing. What up, fam? Yo, MB4 Fire in the house. What up, fam? The man, bite down and shake that like button. The one and only Double M Despo in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my main man, representing D-Town. My man, the Mad Doctor. I see you, fam. What up, fam? Big shout out to my people over there at Borderland Kennels Breezy. I see you, fam. Let me give a big shout out to the Stoic Dog Man. What up, fam? Yo, big shout out to my man, Supreme Excellence. What up, fam? Yeah, Supreme, y'all still in there, fam. Y'all still in there. I don't know how long, but we're just going to ride that out and see. It's a good series, man. Best series I done seen in a long time. Big shout out to my man, the Mad Doctor, coming in with that One Piece, showing that love as always. What up, fam? Hey, tonight, man, look. We done went over a couple things over the last couple of weeks and stuff, right? And slowly just trying to, make sense of a lot of things when it comes to the American Pit Bull Terrier and the people who possess them. Because for me, I'm like, in order to succeed in anything, you got to kind of do your homework. You got to kind of know, with everything that's going on, pay close attention and then do your own research. Think about these dogs right here, man. They're just not like your average dogs, and you can't treat them like that. You know, it's one of them situations where if you're gonna have them, you know, you want to make sure you're doing all the right things about what it takes to raise one. You know, so we give you the history of people that, you know, of the past, give you a little bit of read and see, you know, some of the match reports to show you that these people, this is how they were coming up with what they was coming up. And for us back in that time period, it was those things that kind of like mattered. It wasn't, a lot of people think it was about the journal, you know, and trying to be popular. But I never seen anybody who looked at that journal in that manner. I remember when there was some guys that just wasn't into that. And, you know, we told the story how it was important to those breeders that they wanted those reports done, you know, which was understandable. It reached out and it, you know, touched a lot of people, and sometimes people wanted their body of work to be known, you know, because if it wasn't for that, they wouldn't have really cared. Why would you have cared? But that's not the way it was. You ever pick up a journal, look how many of the greats, you know, were advertising it. That's how people knew, you know. And then you got the damn Bible sitting right there where you can just go through it and read match reports and see who doing what and kind of what area they doing it in, and get an idea of what was really working out there. So we kind of took you down that pathway, told you about some, like the last show, about 2 unknown kennels that had a lot of good dogs. Now you got to remember, them kennels really, you know, jumped up and showed their, you know, situation kind of like right when the journal was on the down, you know, on the downturn. So I could see why a lot of people stayed away from it. You know, when it, for us, I think it was 2008. You know, 2004 hit the fan, but it took to 2008 where it just got very unpopular. But that, to say that, it's like if y'all paid attention to a lot of the things that we've been going around, we always talk a lot about females than we actually do males. Because every time you hear us talk about a good dog, we always talk about the dog's mother. You know, I hear most speak this a lot of times. You know, you kind of want to know what's in the mind of both people. First of all, the man with the male. Is it the money? You know, when he's talking about that stud fee, is it the money? Or is it something about that dog, that female that you bring in, that they want to have it, you know, they want to have a part of? See, those ways of trying to figure out how and these people were thinking, you have to go back and look at the history and get an idea of why they were doing what they were doing. You know, I know it sounds like a whole lot of research, but not really, because once you get to know a person, like in any sport, if you box the same person more than 5 times, you should have that person kind of down pat. You should already know what his moves is. Same thing in football. You kind of play the same team down there, what, twice a year. At some point, you kind of got they moves down pat to where you can accommodate and make adjustments. That's how you look at other people in their breeding programs. Try to answer as many questions. If you can't talk to them, just pay attention to the things that they've done. The things that they've done will speak a lot of volume towards that question of why did they do this and why that dog. Okay. Because one thing we had, you know, the opportunity to do is just have, you know, good females. You know, True enough, if you read the history of this game, they always talk a whole lot about the males for a long, long time, you know. But if you look back in history and just look at some of the great females, you just ask yourself, why some of these damn females out here got far better histories than the majority of the males. But nobody really talks about the female. Well, there was a lot of people who really paid attention to that female, where sometimes it always takes me to believe that that's one thing they never really wanted to talk about because they didn't want a lot of people to know. Because if you even look back as far as the early 80s and 90s, look at all the badass males that was in that time period, and then ask yourself, well, how many good females was back then? Pay attention to that part. You'll find a whole lot of them. But look how many of them that you hear about them being bred at some point, like, mainline news. Like some of them breedings you wouldn't even found in a journal. You would just know about them years later based on the offspring. You probably wouldn't hear about the offspring part if it didn't turn out right. Because a lot of the paper moving and all that extra that went with a lot of these things happened due to supply and demand. It just can only put out so much. And you get greedy when you're talking about a mass game of a whole lot of people with good dogs, and then you get that plug to where everybody, say you only had one litter and you only had 8, and you're trying to keep how many? That means if you even keep 2, there's 6 getting away. And then you got 12 other people calling, trying to, get on. Them 2 that you kept, you might sell them. And then again, due to cost, that demand, things always got to a point that you didn't know what you was getting. I'm a true believer in this as far as get a good female, and it's crazy as sound, you put your money on that. The good female, the one who's going to be delivering, manufacturing, producing the product, that's where it all started at least for us. Now, other people might have a different way of thinking, but there's a lot in the going into picking those brood bitches. It's almost like a science, because sometimes you don't see the activity based on the traits, because females ain't like our males. The females, they might have them attitudes, and as puppies everybody's staying in there together, so we kind of pay close attention to the females, simply because they're as puppies, females just have a very bad attitudes when it comes to sharing, or just they don't just go over in the corner and just lay down with everybody. Females generally are more active than some of what you'll see in some of the males, and you kind of realize that depending on the type of litters you deal with. But understanding even that aspect of keeping that female, you got a chance to see this brood female grow up and what she grew up under, and how she grew up. So a lot of these things, as far as when you're dealing with litters and you're trying to pick that brood female, that brood bitch that you want to keep for yourself. Now, take it that if she's the only one, of course you're going to try to keep that one. But it might be 3 or 4. You know, we had a litter of 12, and 9 of them was damn females. So imagine that. Big litter of 12 and 9 of them was females. And you know, look at, you know, to us, that's kind of like a nightmare because you just don't want that many females out there. You know, it's just kind of one of them backwards looking situations, but again, you still had to take the best of the best and then weed out the rest. But understanding the importance of those females and the thing about females, you gotta, man, there's this thing that we used to call, you know, that throwback. There's what's in that female that we know that we can get way back there and bring to the front. A lot of the things that we used to do depended a lot on what we were actually looking for way back there in the back. You know, because you want to see what you can bring forward. When you're looking at these brood females and watching them grow, there's certain things that all puppies do that you can kind of get a general idea of how they're fixing to grow up. Because we all know at some point that you're going to end up starting taking, you know, separating these litters. As an American Pit Bull Terrier, you know, producer of these dogs, you know, that's generally how the dogs wound up on the chain. Too much aggression is not good, because at that time period, you notice you ever see one puppy jump on one and all of a sudden you see 2 or 3 jumping on that one down puppy. You know, that's something that's bred into them because that's how pack dogs do. I just be wanting to know which one started it. You know, give me the one who started it and get him out of there. He's the first one leaving the pack. And then you just sit back and just wait to see who else shows up. But it's about that one, whether it be male or female. That's that one that you putting to the side because you want to see what else that dog has brought back from its deep past. One thing for sure, we're guaranteed that we got a hot puppy. We're guaranteed that it pushes enough authority that the litter mates around him, you know, they treat him as that. That's why he jumped, they jumped. Okay, we get rid of him and we let somebody else be assigned. But then that's that one that you look, okay, he might have got that back from somewhere way back there in the back, you know. Hold on, let me see. Say something. Check the line. Y'all hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in here.
Yeah, man. But yeah, I got Mo in the house. He done popped up in here. But yeah, I wanted to go over the female situation because I hear guys they talking, you know, but it's almost like this female came down off of so-and-so. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna just go over here and read to that one right there, and you want to know what else went into that thought. You know, that what was that extra thought that made them do it? And a lot of the pedigrees we show you, that scenario is still there. Why did you take that bitch over to that male? The good ones, and see, that's what history gives us. We get a chance to see the results of something that actually happened, or what we're results. We always know everything didn't work. So let's take a look at the shit that did work. If you're paying close attention to the shit that did work, you know, there was some kind of commonality to it. It kind of looked like the same, different dogs, different names, but everybody seemed to be running off the same program. And it seems like we stay on that because most of everything that you talk about when it comes to the legacy and the greatness of these dogs that's even worthy of talk about is going to be based off of something that made them worthy to be talked about. And then our history has given us many of those type of dogs to talk about. Yeah, for us, it's really important to say, all right, take a closer look at this, fellas. Take a closer look. Try to really understand when we be telling y'all the brood bitches is the key to any and everything that you do in these bulldogs, simply because they carry something that can be, you know, what I call reincarnated, re-injected based off of something that was way back in the back. Never really thought it ever came from the males, because if our situation was like that, as many times, you know, with the 2 times that we bred the Mayday, we never got a 65 or a 55-pound dog. You know, we didn't get them big ass dogs like everybody else was getting. So, and then we was going back into him, you know, daughter back in the father and didn't get it. So that shows you right there that what was the stronger gene that was pulling, because I didn't know too many Mayday dogs that was back end dogs. They were rough, but not rough to the point that they was these back end specialists. So the heavy part of our dogs was always built around one single trait that came from a female. And that female was able to bring wherever the hell that came back from. You know, we always say, you know, it takes us back to the whole Charlie situation, because again, Grand Champion Ace was a back end specialist. And, you know, his record proved that. But think of all the stuff that we built off of that, even into the Mayday shit, even in with the Stone City shit, and still was able to maintain something that not too many of them had, and that was hard biting back end dogs. You know, and back end dogs aren't the easiest type of dogs to deal with when they are rough and determined. They don't have no problem working the front off to get back to where they wanted to get. And so for us to deal with that over years and over time, you know, we are the one, you know, we're true believers in that throwback based off of that female. Remember, we kept, you know, so many brood bitches that, you know, I say we didn't do a lot of breeding, in other words. Most of the ones that came off the yard that were, you know, about anything, they got bred, but not everything. You know, there was a lot of, I would call it like scientific breeding. You know, the Mo and KP used to, you know, might have the littermate sister over here, and they're looking for something different and go straight, completely outside of the norm, just to see if they could bring that, what's in this littermate sister, can you bring that and add to this new thing? And over the years, I've seen that work. Worked with one sister, and And another sister worked good with something totally different, but they still carrying that genetic trait of how they react, that intensity, the back end, the roughness, but no signs of the bad traits. See, that's another thing. They're doing some of the things that we were doing. We didn't have to deal with bad traits because we didn't really do a lot of inbreeding. So that helped us a lot to keep down a lot of the crazy. We did have some crazy ones, but even they had their spot, because a lot of the times we would have to make them a little crazy because you put them at the front of the yard. In order to get into the yard, you got to pass them. And so that became their job. Nothing that don't look like us don't have no business back here. So you got to walk past the crazy one first. But outside of that, the females was one of them things that we looked deep into. What is it that we're trying to get? What's back there that we're trying to bring forward? And what it looks like when it comes down and you find out what you're looking for. You're either going to find what you're looking for or you're not. Once Mo get into it, he'll be able to give you the time frame and when you're supposed to be looking for what you originally started off thinking. When it comes down to it, at what point did you look at it and see what you wanted to see? How important is that? For a lot of you guys out there, I'd just be wondering, how much is the female important to your breeding program? Because some might think it's about the male. Some might think it's about the female, but I like to hear other people's conversation when it comes down to that. We talk about our situation because we have something to show you. Okay, this is it. This is what it was done, and we can refer you back to this. The same thing these people were doing. This is done. But it's good to want to hear how other people, not even if it's in the past, how you might see Boyle's doing something and Boyle's the man that was totally different than the Boyle's dogs that became the brand. Something to talk about. Even the Mayday dogs. Why were some Mayday's dogs looking one way and others not? These are good questions because you can actually go in and see. It was going to always be about the brood bitch. I think that's what we're going to be getting into a little bit deeper, to where, even regardless of what papers you're looking at, it's not going to really matter unless you know what you're actually looking for and why you did what you did. Remember, it's always going to come down to why you took that female over to that male. And let's get some answers. On you, Mom.
Mic check one. Check one. See, remember the last time this thing did that? We was out a whole 10 minutes. How you know? Can you hear me now? Yeah, they're saying no sound. Mad Doctor, let me know if you can hear me. I see your name, but you got no sound. It's a record thing right here. The mic is on. I'm talking. Peace. Okay, MB5 say, okay, y'all. Okay, guys. I think Mike got me up loud and clear. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, well, I was saying, because I know the last show, you know, when I went blank, there was a whole lot of information I put in there while it was down that I want to go ahead and reiterate on. And that was one of the things was, if y'all noticed the way these guys was breeding, while everybody's so busy looking at these guys and the way they was matching their dogs like it was something so abnormal, like, you know, to would bring you to the point of questioning it. Okay, well, look at it like this. If you look at it like, let's use hardcore for instance. What was hardcore doing that was any different than what DDK and them was doing, or what most wanted and them was doing with their dogs? The difference between it when it comes to the end, what was the difference? But the one thing that wasn't different was both kennels was raising and breeding their own match dogs. They was creating match dogs. That's the first important thing. Okay, let's take and add another one to that equation. Let's take a look at Stone City. Okay, Stone City. They were producing their own match dogs. Okay, not only were they matching a lot of dogs, they were creating their own stock. Same with us. What made us any different? We was matching everything that we was producing. Probably wasn't doing it at the numbers that they were, but the dogs that we were getting, we had one thing in common. We were matching and using what we were producing. Okay? You look at Ronnie Boyles, he might not, as the breeder, we can talk about him as the breeder. A lot of dogs that he was producing by breeding back into, he goes and grabs those dogs that's out there winning, and he starts breeding back into those dogs. Okay, everything that has to do with breeding, for us to consider, had everything to do with the dogs and the winning, as far as being matched. Okay, especially when we start pointing out particular kennels and how they kept their stock up and how they were able to continue matching dogs. Another person I could use would be Jamie Long. Jamie was producing his own match dogs. And if you pay attention to all the kennels that I'm naming, and we were to go down and through their pedigree, guess what you would find? You would find all on bitches. Did anybody ever pick up on that? ROM bitches. You know? I want to take a dive into it, and let's pick on those main kennels that I was talking about. I said hardcore. Okay, they're breeders, but they also match dogs. Stone City, they're breeders, but they actually match dogs. Victor Acart, they're breeders, but they also match dogs. Growing Hard Kennels, we're breeders, but we also match dogs. Now, if you look at everything that I spoke on, and I'm going to take a little quick trip down through there and show you guys that somewhere in every one of their lineups, they had an all-in bitch on the yard. Victor had an all-in. You know what I mean? You want let's take a visit and let's go dig into one. Let's start off with hardcore. You know, changing up stuff as far as
Close by.
I got Mike close by. So as I pull these things up, I'll be able to help you. He'll be able to help me get this thing on the screen. Okay, hardcore Kennels. Anybody got some suggestions out there outside of me? Join in. Send me a number. I'll pull it up. We'll take a look at it. Okay. Give me a second here, guys. Let me get what I'm looking for. Then I'll go back in here and dig it up. Okay. Oh, back. Go back here. Okay. Okay. Just screen. That. And then I share it. Okay. All right, guys. I think I got it here. Okay, here's the first one we're going to start off with. I did say hardcore. Okay, Champion Bozak. Now, Champion Bozak, he had his own hardcore, they had his own breeding program, but he also had, Bozak had litter mates. These are look at his list of siblings. You got Redman, Bozak, Mellow Yellow. Okay, you got Felony. Don't sound like a lot of dogs, but look. Guess
All right, fellas, his thing went down right quick. Let me get back in right quick.
Authentic group.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Hold on, fellas, trying to get it to load up here. Okay, guys, I'm back.
Okay, guys, I'm back.
All right, fellas. Losing the internet connection on one of the computers here. Yeah. Okay, guys.
Okay, guys, I'm trying.
I see you, Dickie
I see you,
Foster.
Dickie Foster. Pick up 3 tabs. Maybe that's what's stopping us, huh?
All right, guys, let's cross our fingers and hope we can get it.
All right, guys, let's cross our fingers and hope we can get this thing rolling here.
Okay, what I was
saying was.
Okay, we down here with Bo's at.
Okay, we down here where Bo's at, right?
There's the all-around bitch.
There's the all-around bitch.
Breaker. Okay.
Okay.
Hardcore guy.
Breaker.
A
Jeep rascal bitch.
What did he do with
his Jeep rascal bitch?
He goes and breeds
the yellow.
You see that?
You see that? That's what starts it.
That's what
that decision. Breed the yellow. And he comes up with Bozak and Redman. But the key thing is what you do with that female, what makes all the play. Remember, we just starting off with hardcore. Okay? Now, I can point out where he built a whole yard based on what he did with the dogs coming off a breaker. Okay? I'm going to go back in and grab Redman because he was a registered mare. Yeah, he didn't stick around as long as Bozak did, but in the short time that Mike had him, he produced good dogs. Mystic, Champion Milo, Hardcore's and Apache's Big Red, Champion Red Nugget. See, that's that. 1, 2, 3, 4. All coming down off of Redman. Okay? First one I wanted to pull up, remember, it comes off a ROM bitch. No, Redman. But that just set the groundwork. Anytime you got something that sets the groundwork, you know, that plays the big part. Because now he got a stud dog. Not only does he got a champion there, he got a stud dog. What he decided to do? If you look at what he did, he took another bitch. Who was that bitch coming off of? A ROM bitch. See that? He took Pepsi, bred to Rocky, and that is Champion Rocky, the one that lost to Ace, and bred that to Pepsi, and you come up with Snowball. Take Snowball and breed to Redman. Now, if y'all really paying attention, it's basically what he did the same thing again. He took a Jeep dog, which is Rocky, and that Bully Son cross, like the cross. Okay? When he made that move with Pepsi, he took another Red Boy dog, Champion Poncho, which is definitely a Red Boy dog, bred to a Jeep bitch. Jeep's little mate sister, Kate, produced Crystal. So you got Poncho being bred to Crystal. What's the good link? Let me go click on Poncho so I can get a better understanding. I said that's a Red Boy dog. And when I say Red Boy, who am I talking about? Y'all hear me always say Yellow John was a Red Boy dog. So you always hear me classifying the yellow giant as a red boy dog. In the beginning, before there was a yellow, you know, yellow giant was throwing out some great dogs. And, you know, when we got Amber, even though we had yellow in Amber's pedigree, we didn't call her a yellow dog because yellow's in her pedigree. We called her a red boy dog because her pedigree consisted of a lot of yellow giant, which included yellow was one of them. But they look at like a red boy dog when you look at her pedigree. Basically, you know, almost just like Amber's bred, almost just like this here. Amber's bred almost just like this here with that little piece of inbred Jocko. Down here, where this would be, this piece right here would be down here at the bottom of Amber. Instead of right there, it would have been down here. But it was an inbred Jocko. I think it was Jocko bred back to Chris's pit. But all the rest of this all looked the same. It was yellow giant all the way up to yellow. You know? So when you see that, remember them, he's making crosses with his red boy stuff. See that Pepsi coming off a Poncho? Still Fires Patty, another registered married bitch, coming off a Poncho. So we got Pepsi. Yep, Pepsi and Patty. Now, let's go over this way and look over here. Still Fires Patty. You see it? Yellow. Let me get red boy cross with Jeep. Like I said, Jeep the K, Jeep's little May's sister, produced Charlotte. Now let's go down here and look at Pepsi again. Poncho bred to the same cross to produce Crystal. Jeep bred his little May's sister. So we didn't see two bitches become all whim by making that same cross. And we all know what Jeep and Jeep Red Boy does. Ain't that the same thing? Jeep Red Boy, I mean, if we were to take a look and look at Tab, Tab is a heavy Red Boy dog. Cross the Jeep, Tab a register of merit. So, you know, it's already a known fact when you look at it like I'm looking at it. You know, you got Pepsi and Patty. Both all them bitches, both bred alike. And what's the common factor? Both bitches was crossed not only in the Poncho, but Red Boy, Yellow John Dog. Remember, he had already just sat there and bred straight, you know, right to yellow to produce Bozak and Redman. And what are you noticing in each one of these breedings? You're seeing a lot of all-in potential. All-in potential. This dude is making his own stock, basically. This is why they were successful. And he kept on doing it. And he kept on doing it. Smiley and Milo. Coming off of Pepsi. A four-time winner who lost a bid for the Grand Championship, the Dead Series Lockdown Rudy. Which was a good match too. But look at the pedigree. Jeep. Switched around now. Now we got heavy Jeep with Red Boy. The concept. That's what we're looking at. The concept. Just switched it around. But it's what he's doing with the bitches. You remember what I told you? Look at Triple M. He took Smiley when he bred to Kim and produced that yard, which is the alligator bitch. What did he do? He took his alligator bitch and bred to Smiley, another offspring off a Jeep. And his bitch got all M. You know what I mean? Key piece there, which made Smiley a registered married. There's Weirdo, Smiley Little May brother, registered married. You know, if you're looking at the formula, there's a formula to everything that I'm pointing out. If you notice, they're not just breeding shit, and they're producing match dogs. Because when I look at a pedigree and I go thinking about breeding, you think I'm not paying attention to this shit right here? When me and my KP was looking at how we was breeding the amber, why was we running around here looking for anything to breed for as an outcross? Once it was a champion. Because we had all the red boy we needed. We needed to tag something that was going to make a difference. Outsiders going to click with the red boy. Remember, I'm not calling it yellow. We're not calling it Yellow John. We're calling it red boy. That's the major part of our puzzle. That's why you see, you see us with a lot of yellow cross with our G-Sto. We always got some Jeep in there. Okay, I'm just playing with hardcore right now, but the next one I'm going to go grab Stone City. Okay, these are formulas, and we're talking about kennels that produce their own stock. Registered married. You don't see a registered man nowhere in here outside of Jeep. But if you go back here and look, what do you see? What do you see in that bitch? A lot of producers. You go look at our pedigree and go look at Grand Champion Ace. What do you see in that second generation? You got Charlie, which come off a Jeep. Okay, so we got all them there. And then we got Miss Woolly. Who she come off of? Toxic Spider and Zero. Another group of registered marrieds. So in Ace's second generation, he got nothing but registered marrieds in his pedigree. And then when you take that and you breed it to Amber, we basically did the same thing that you see in hardcore do. Same thing. When you pull up Amber's pedigree and you add Ace to it, let me see if I can pull it up and do it right here with you guys here. Hopefully this thing won't blink out on me. There's Amber's pedigree. Remember I said, look like the same old stuff until you get down in here. See it? There's the Jocko with the Chris's Pit. Chris Pit is off of Jocko. We take her and we breed her to ace. I use ace as an example, red ace. See what it look like? See, aces, it's the second generation. See that? All M, all M, all M, all M. Cross that. Back into the yellow, same thing, like hardcore. And what do we get? We get red ace. That's why I believe, you know, that those genetics and the way Amber was able to put that what I call that style, that genetic, that stifle style. It all to me it basically was a genetic trait, that reproductive trait. That reproductive trait. You know, that ability to carry particular traits. You know, maybe not all dogs carry the DNA. It's just a matter of how the DNA is constructed and how it plays a part in that particular line. Can't say that that will work in all lines, but if you see it and you can grasp it by your breeding program, which we noticed with our breeding program, that we were producing dogs like Grand Champion Ace. You know what I'm saying? We got a lot to help carry that because we got a lot of production here. A lot of ability to carry certain genetic strains in these dogs. When we bred her to Mayday, what do you see? A lot of all them shit. There's that all female again. I don't work breeding the yellow. All on bitch being bred to a winner. Y'all catching my point? These are the little things that I'll be talking to you guys when I'm saying it's more than just picking out a dog, but it's like when you are breeding your stock. I mean, I'm pretty sure Mike didn't come up with this idea on his own. Stone City didn't come up on this idea of their own because I realized myself what I noticed what they all were doing. Thanks to James Pope, because a lot of things he did point out. A lot of things he said, this is what you look for. If you got a lot of production out of a line, you're going to find a lot of registered mares running around in that pedigree. Or you're going to find a pedigree that maybe don't have a lot of all whims, but the genetic makeup of how the dogs are being bred would be so much alike, like Dolly and her little mate sister Polly. You know what I mean? Polly didn't have to go to yellow. Polly went a whole different direction. Polly was doing more of the Patrick crosses, producing good dogs. You know, Polly bred the Mayday, producing great dogs. But if you got this piece right here, if you can muster up and make your crosses with these little special pieces in your formula, you're going to see those type of results. Smiley. No, let me get back to Bozak. Bozak. Remember Bozak, Red Man. Pepsi. There's Milo. Look what he produced. Champion Shane, Champion Morocco, you know, which was a good one. Got Dickey, but they're producing match dogs. Again, taking a bitch right here. Now he's taking his Jeep down at the bottom, bringing it back into his Jeep Yellow Cross, which I still want to call it Red Boy so y'all can get the understanding. It's still Red Boy back in the Jeep. Red Boy back in the Jeep. Major key piece to that. Look at the all M's. You know, you steady carrying shit forward. And what we carrying forward, we're carrying production and match dogs. Champion Morocco. Termite bred to Dallas. Jocko Cross bred into some more Red Boy. Dallas is a Red Boy bitch. You see it? These ain't accidents. These are not accidents. They know what they're doing. Champion Milo, offspring. Morocco, offspring. Let me see. He produced Champion Storm, Champion Truth, Sassy, Champion Doug. You know, had the ability to produce some good ass dogs. Dallas. Let him make the champion Hyena, Selena, and Canna. What you got out of these dogs right here, they were good, rough dogs. But they did not carry that, what I call that ability. You know what I mean? They were game, but they didn't have that ability. You know, and you know, when you're dealing with a kennel like hardcore and they're matching dogs, they're matching whoever the hell you come with. You know what I'm saying? And one thing for damn sure, I can tell you, he had game dogs. Geno boys, we didn't seen Geno boys. We know work kennels. We know Pro Set. Look at the kennels who got the dogs. We know Pro Set, Fast Lane. Work kennels, Fast Lane. Geno boys, Fast Lane. You go to their yard and you will find production. Don't forget Chanel was over there off of Mayday, was over there with the Geno boys. Where Kennels had that champion Buster dog that he lost with that dog going into Grand Champion Yellow Buck. Where Kennels is also the guy who bought the journal from Jack and got busted. Pro set ran around. He grabbed May. He grabbed Champion Sugar. Sugar was off of Bozak. And he was doing his own crosses. You know what I mean? And I'll probably dip into him for a quickie because you can't miss it on the way. But that's another yellow Red Boy dog, Red Boy being crossed in the Jocko. We already know that worked. We know Red Boy going in the Jocko. It definitely works. You got Termite. We know that'll work. My question here is, with all this stuff here, you got Dallas. We had the Termite, right? Wonder what color Wilma was. I wish I knew. I'd be glad. I would definitely want to ask. Because Morocco, he was a buckskin dog. See? Buckskin. I don't think Mike had any black dogs or brindle dogs coming out of that litter. You know? But it just shows you what works. You know, and a lot of these guys was doing this, they was doing this, making these kind of breedings, you know, with success. And it all makes sense because in each one of these, can't y'all see there is a formula right there. You cannot miss it. Okay, it says, my man, Dog Man, it says, what Stone City bitch was bred to the alligator family? It wasn't Stone City that was bred to the alligator family. Triple M. Triple M took his dog. I'll put he bred it to Smiley. Smiley and Weirdo were litter mates. Smiley and Weirdo were litter mates. So if you know how Weirdo was bred, that's how Smiley was bred. And they took that and they bred that alligator bitch to Smiley, son of Jeep. And got that crazy ass great litter he got. 4 champions. I think it was 3 champions and a grand champion out of 1 breeding. You know, he didn't have to use yellow, but he still used Jeep. Who was the top 2 dog back then? Before Buck jumped on the screen, it was Yellow and Jeep. Yellow John and Jeep. Then it turned to Yellow and Jeep and Yellow John, and then Buck came into the equation and went from Jeep to Yellow to Grand Champion Buck. You know, Yellow John was part of that top 5 before Frisco and Maiden and them jumped into the list. But these are breeding guys that I'm trying to show y'all insight. Okay, Rod and Mike were making breedings here in Illinois. Well, if you was to put Bully Son in there, my man, I'm picking up somebody saying something. Was it 2782? The Bully Son, if you crunch the numbers, Bully Son was a registered merit. That I give you. But Bully Son, when you actually do the crunch, you would have to say he did not produce as many dogs as Jeep. That's for sure. You know, so that would not be. He would not make the top all win because he would never get close to Jeep. He would not get close to Yellow because Bully Son directly did not produce like Jeep. So that killed that analysis right off the bat. Let me just keep you on straight point. I want you taking something and run with it with that thought in your mind when it's not a true thought. Bully Son he produced some good dogs, but so did his brother Eli. You know, you want to know the truth. Eli produced better dogs than Bully Son. Eli produced more grand champions than Bully Son. Okay? Eli Jr. produced more champion and grand champions than Bully Son. No, you want to really find some good help. Find me a Bully Son grand champion off of Bully Son. That give you some homework to do, my man. Not here to ride you or shoot you out, but I just want to keep you aware. Now, some people who don't know, they wouldn't be able to respond to that. But me being I do know, I responded to keep you right. It's not a true statement. You know, they could crunch his numbers all together, and you guess what you'll find? You'll find Red Boy down there produce better dogs than Bully Son. They both produce great dogs. But when you go to crunching the numbers, that's why those particular lines of dogs, as we talk about them, Bully Son and the Red Boy dogs, are such a big factor in the dog world. Been that way for years. There's a lot of great dogs that came down there that you're going to find with Bully Son in them. You know, you're going to be a lot of great dogs that you're going to find his legitimate brother, Eli Jr. in them. So, you know, that's a solid line of dogs. You cannot deny that. You are right about the potency of the Bully Son dogs, but that goes hand in hand with Eli Jr. and Bully Son. You know, that's like saying Arch Missy and Boomerang. You know, when you want to study these breakdowns and pedigrees, those are little pieces that you got to recognize. And then you have to go inside those pieces and see what they did to make it work. Things that you're seeing here, I'm showing you, these are not just guys taking shit, putting it together. These are formulas. You can see there is a particular way that they're making these crosses to get the dogs that's keeping them out there running dogs. And you keep finding these ROMs popping up everywhere. You know what I mean? You see them popping up everywhere. Same over here. All that ROM stuff over here. You know, you look at Mayday, produce a lot of ROM dogs too. And a lot of these dogs, with these breedings, these males was making the females register in marriage. You know, and then it just, when you catch it and when you start seeing it, you gotta be able to see the formula. If you miss the formula, then you're missing a lot. Why did I want to breed the Mayday? Did it have anything to do with the formula? No. It had everything to do with me seeing that dog first. And then to see that the dog was bred like Yellow, and keep in mind, I'm up there with Angel breeding this dog. The Angel's Apache when I see him. Oh, and he became a solid thought in my mind, not only after seeing him, but after I saw how he was bred. I didn't know who Dolly was. I knew who he was, but I did not know who Dolly was. You know, I knew about Grand Champion Buck. Yes, I did. I knew about STP and Grand Champion Buck because we had Little Mikey. Little Mikey was the one who beat the Legion of Doom. So I was always aware of that. How do you think I ran over there and met Stone City? What purpose did I have getting in contact with Stone City? When I got up with Stone City, I got up with Stone City before I got up with Mayday. Before I saw Mayday for myself, I was going to bring Red Ace to Yellow Buck. Yeah. By me knowing Jesse and them, that's how I got a chance to go to Puerto Rico and go in the Grand Champion Tommy Boy, you know? Because I liked it, Grand Champion Buck stuff. And how Yellow Buck and them and Nico and them, you know, you can't miss it. He was advertising in the journal. He had Nico up for stud. He had Champion Yellow Buck up for stud. Nico Jr. and them hadn't even stood up in the equation. It was just the fact that it was one of those dogs coming off of Yellow. What tickled my eyes about him? The yellow part. The yellow part. Awesome baby. No, that's what had me and my KP on that one. You know, and that was more of a twin move right there because, you know, me and him was together when we saw Mayday. You know, and so we was already thrilled when we saw Mayday. Just because he was off the yellow. By the time we got home and got done sitting down, breaking it down, that Hollandworth Dolly female, oh, we got some buck shit going on here. Not exactly straight up off a grand champion buck, but one thing for damn sure, she had that little tater in her. You know, and we always felt like Patrick Little Tater was a key factor in the buck dogs. The buck dogs that really, you know, solidified what grand champion buck was out there doing. You know, and you see him right there. Remember, you got Dolly, another got a little May's sister registered mare. Why was she registered mare? Well, maybe was it Dolly, or was it the fact that she produced because they were bred to the right bitch, the right males? Breeding these females to the right males is what made them famous females. But yes, I was going to breed this dog before I went to Puerto Rico. I was going to breed this dog right here at the Yellow Buck before I even thought about breeding the Mayday. I changed my mind when I saw Mayday. I put all that on the heart when I saw Mayday. When I put everything in the heart, that's when I got the puppies off of Mayday and went after Tomboy. I went into Tommy Boy in '96, right after Red Ace had the puppies, the Mayday pups. Maybe Jesse had a little personal feeling about it because I really didn't really know the beat. There was such a big beef. But, you know, I heard the remarks that, even from Angel, that, you know, they had matches between Stone City and Southern Kennels, which Southern Kennels was Dead End Kennels and Southern Kennels. But they, they used to have their little battles, which, didn't make me no difference. But I had literally put Yellow Buck off to the side only because when I saw Mayday, I never seen Yellow Buck go, but that's who I was going to breed to before I saw Mayday. I saw Mayday and changed my mind. Why? Because he's off of yellow. Especially when I seen his pedigree. But at one time, I was going to breed Red Ace to Yellow Buck. In the end, I eventually ended up doing it anyway. I just took, and came, instead of coming home with Red Ace, I came home with a son off of Yellow Buck. Instead of bringing Red Ace back, I came back with Little Buck off of Grand Champion Yellow Buck. And at the time, he was Champion Yellow Buck, bred to Champion Miss Nico. Which Miss Nico, again, was a Jeep dog. Okay? I'm just giving y'all a rundown on these pedigrees and looking at how familiar these go. Especially when I get over there and start messing around with the Stone City stuff. Right now, I'm over here messing with the hardcore stuff with the Jeep Rascal crosses. And that Red Boy, we know Jeep and Red Boy work. Even back then. It's just how do you put it there? How do you get it? Well, perfect way of showing you. That's a Red Boy dog. That Dallas is a Red Boy dog. Heavy Red Boy. The same stuff to create a yellow. You're going to see Yellow Little May brother up in here. Right there. Double bred. So, what, losing something? For somebody want to come in? Hey, anybody want to come in? Eli Jr. is the best producer. I would have to say, I would get the man. I can't give him that, man. I give Eli Jr. his props, but Eli Jr. did not produce G. You know what I mean? G was the best producer. Who was his daddy? You know what I'm saying? Finley's Bow, but the damn bottom honey bunch, the key. The bitch. Charlie, Jeep, and and Charlie. You know, I think anytime you got little mate dogs like Eli and Bully's son, you go out there and create their own line of dogs. Like so many of these dogs coming down White Way are yellow, and so many dogs, a red boy that came down off a red boy that just split off and did their own little creation of dogs. Same thing I have to say with the Patry dogs. You know, these are dogs that are standouts even down through history. These are still dogs that really consist of American game dogs. I mean, one's worthy of talking about. You know, you're going to always have those off brands, but these are the main, when it comes to bloodlines, Red Boy, Bully's son, Eli, Tombstone, Boomerang, Arch Missy. You know, those are major names in the building of the game dogs, y'all. Those are major names when it comes to building of the game dogs. Bolio, Steel Carver. Don't be for the Carver dogs. We wouldn't have the buck stuff. You know, those are key pieces. Key pieces. When we say Carver, we still saying not only the Bolio dogs, you know what I mean? Don't forget, we still talking about Boomerang and Arch Missy. Right? And look at the dogs that they produced. Okay, let me keep going here. Come out of that one. Get back over here into some other stuff. And if as I would have kept going though, y'all know we would have ended up with 9 milli. You know, there was just a whole array of good dogs that just keeps coming down out of these lines. Okay, hold on. Let me get back to where I was. Not Milo. Okay, we got Red Man, we got Pepsi. There's the Jeep. You know what I'm saying? You notice that Jeep Red Boy cross? That's really what it is. Jeep Red Boy cross here, Jeep Red Boy cross right there. And we have seen that Jeep Red Boy in so many different ways. But it's still formula. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. It's still a formula. Well, one thing for sure that Trevor, you are so right about that. If it don't be for Yellow John, it wouldn't be no yellow. Okay, it wouldn't be no yellow. If it wasn't for Red Boy, it wouldn't be a whole bunch of shit. You wouldn't have Tab. You wouldn't have Champion Gator. You wouldn't have Blackjack. The whole line get wiped out. You know what I mean? Tramp. All these bulldogs. You wouldn't have a lot of dogs if it wasn't for Red Boy. Red Boy and that Jeep Cross produced many different directions. That combination. Remember, they was taking Eli dogs, breeding to yellow dogs back in the day and was getting production. You know, this was long before Tab came along. You know what I mean? Okay, let me move off of hardcore now. Let me go ahead and move on off of hardcore now and go to my next kennel. I touched on a little bit with Mayday, but I wasn't really trying to grab after Mayday. I was going to go after Stone City before I went to Mayday. Because again, I knew Stone City before I knew who Victor was. I'll just make a quick jump over here to Blondie. And Blondie will take me where I want to go. These are their siblings, Blondie siblings. Where I wanted to bring you guys from the giddy up would be, before I saw Yellowbuck, there was also, Yellowbuck had a brother, a sister, Miss Piggy, who was a real nice dog. This is where I wanted to start at, her. A cold bitch. Yellow John, Jocko. Whole lot of Yellow John and what I call again Red Boy. When I say Yellow John, you hear me always say Red Boy more than you hear me say Yellow John. You know, even though Yellow John was a producer and a winner, you know, you always gonna hear me say that because I've been saying it so long, you know, that I'm used to saying it. Because when we had Amber had yellow in her pedigree, but she also had a whole lot of Yellow John. Remember, all we seen was that Chris's pit bred to Jocko. That was the only Jocko in Amber outside of the breeding with yellow. Right there. Okay? But again, it played a big part. See how she's bred? Big part. These are the dogs that she produced. A cold bitch. Okay, before I got on to Yellowbuck, this is one of the first dogs that I seen when I got over to Puerto Rico. But I knew about all these dogs because I was also talking to Jesse, because he had it advertised in the journal, Stone City Kennels. And the dogs that he had that yellow stuff, and it kind of threw me because I was in the yellow dogs and I'm trying to get amber bred when I ran across Mayday. You know what I'm saying? So I'm over there at Angel's Apache, but I'm already thinking if I could get a litter off of Amber, you know, if I got a litter off of Amber with that Apache dog, I would have been, my next move would have been taking Amber over here to Stone City. You know, if I could have got my puppies out of Amber off of Apache, I would have been able to take, I've probably been talking more about Amber going to any one of these dogs. But then after she had that false breeding with Apache, I took her to the vet. We found out that she had cancer. And it was bad enough that the vet told us that she probably wouldn't be able to have any more puppies. You know, but I already had, by the time we found that out, Red Ace was coming about, and my mind was already set. I'm taking this female and I'm breeding to that Mayday dog. At first, I wanted to breed the yellow buck, but after I saw Mayday, I wanted to go breed the Mayday. But if you look at these Stone City dogs, this is what drew me to Stone City. Look how the dogs are bred. And what really made me really like the way this dog was bred, it took me back to little Mikey with the grand champion buck that he had in him. But this is why I was hooked on breeding to Stone City. Same old crosses. See that? All that yellow, all that red boy. What else do you see a lot of? All whims. A lot of all whims down through here. A lot of them. And you still see there is still a formula. Why are these dogs able to reproduce and become producers? Look at all the all whims down in the stuff. And we talking about dogs that sit high up on the registered merit list. They sit high. You was to really look at it between Grand Champion Buck and Grand Champion Yellow. They produced a lot of all whims the damn self. You know what I mean? Awesome Baby produced some great dogs, but he produced some great dogs, and he produced some great dogs. And not only did they produce great dogs, they produced this one little trait, that trait right there. Them traits right there. Them traits play a big part. You see a lot of this going on. There's no way in the world you're going to tell me that all whim is not a genetic DNA piece. That ability to reproduce whatever you need to produce to make these match dogs. If you notice, a lot of our dogs got a lot of registered merits in them. I could take you over there to Beetlejuice being bred to Pretty Mama. Pretty Mama dang got damn near no damn registered merit in there but Red Boy. But if you go back and look a little further, you're going to see all the great dogs in there. Grand Champion, all everybody. But the thing was, that registered merit is almost like a trait in itself. Not only Nico, Nico Jr., Miss Nico, Rat, Champion McVeigh. These are pretty good dogs, though. Pretty good dogs. Awesome Buck. These were dogs, man. Back then, these dogs were in the general. Yellow Buck wasn't no grand champion yet. There was no such thing as Awesome Buck yet. But it was Nico. I didn't even know about Nico Jr. till later on down the line. But I knew. And everybody was coming by way, these dogs were coming off of Awesome Baby, a daughter of Yellow. So that registered merit thing really started getting my ears perked when it comes to the ability to reproduce, because here's another kennel that's doing what Hardcore did. Another kennel that was doing what Hardcore did. You can down and look at these dogs right here, and it looks like Hardcore's dogs. The only difference is, instead of Rascal, they're using buck. That's the neighbor. You know what I'm saying? They're using buck. Ain't none of mine. But as you can see, you know, Jeep stuff. You know, because you got a whole lot of Jeep that look like hardcore stuff. They're taking their yellow stuff, bringing it back into the Jeep stuff. That's what produced Miss Nico. That was another thing that caught my eye outside of, you know, the hardcore move, because I really didn't know hardcore until I met Jesse. So I was really stuck on Jesse before I knew hardcore and before, you know, I met, you know, Mayday. Again, you see, look, what do you see in there? A bunch of all whims. A lot of all whims. And it's like they copying off each other. Cause I swear I was copying off of them. So I'm pretty sure they was copying off of somebody else, because these are all good moves. If I'm trying to put something together, I'm trying to duplicate. And when you look at my pedigree, you can see Twin was sitting there duplicating. And I was. You know, my KP always said it. You know what I mean? That's what made me and him and our understanding so well, because we both had that James Pope in us. You know, we both had James Pope in us. For understanding and reading the pedigrees, I think we was just getting down to something that James Pope wasn't getting down to. Down to breeding, if we can't get the match dogs that we want to use. You know, if we follow this pattern or this formula, then we should get match dogs too. You know what I'm saying? It's like when we got Red Ace, and the Red Ace puppies was biting like they was biting as young dogs. Believe me, they was biting, and they was all dipping down into that back end. You know, we used to think it came by way of amber, you know, and it's just like taking amber and putting it on top of Grand Champion Ace, which we knew Ace was a stifle dog, because that was one of the main things that Super not bragged about. You know, how rough Ace was to where he got where he really wanted to be. He was the main one that always said, you know, a dog may go to the stifle, but if he go back there, you know, he'll probably, and he gets back there, does a little damage, but then he goes somewhere else. That wasn't where he wanted to be. The thing he liked it about Ace, Ace would bite his way back to the stifle, because once he got back there, that's where he stayed. And he said, that's a dog that is telling you that's his spot. That's where he wants to be. He will bite his way back there. That's a dog who wants to be back there. You have some dogs that go back there, you know, do they damage, but they'll go back to where they always work back to where they want to be. You know what I mean? So again, here's another formula. Same possible concept. Jeep Rascal crossed into more yellow. You know, the factor to me was they added another piece of that puzzle, which was that Grand Champion buck. And that's what really turned me on, because remember, I was definitely a fan of Grand Champion Buck because of Little Mikey. Little Mikey will always sit high on my list because I didn't get a chance to really do what I wanted to do with him, but I never forgot the Grand Champion Buck dog. I had an opportunity to bring that over into some dogs that we had that would really match up to Amber. Amber was the key, but by us working with Amber, making all these plans for Amber, they just became part of the puzzle once we realized that we couldn't do anything with Amber anymore. But believe me, y'all, I got old papers and stuff where you'll see on there where I had written across right there on Stone City. I had on there, I wanted to take Red Ace to Champion Yellow Buck. And then changed up the whole system when I saw Mayday. But the pedigrees in themselves, as you can tell, these are kennels that are working kennels doing this. Working kennels that are doing this. And what are they using? Top RM dogs on the on the RM list. Yellow, Buck, and Jeep. Yellow, Buck, and Jeep. And another factor to that, all of them have a whole lot of production. All in production. Still early, but a lot of it was already being set in stone, guys. A lot of this stuff was being set in stones. Eagle Jr., McVeigh. Look at him, looking like a Mayday dog. Then everybody wonder why I wanted to go breed, why we were trying to breed the Ozzie Stevens and ended up going to Grand Champion Ace. Remember that move? Ozzie? He wasn't home. This was probably one of the reasons why we wanted to go breed the Ozzie. Ozzie runs a line of dogs here. Just want to tap in a little old Ozzie. Right quick. Remember I was telling y'all about old Ralph Greenwood and Andre Giroux? Man, Andre Giroux, Ralph Greenwood, and then, Ozzie Stevens and them, they hook up. Now they Ozzie using Greenwood dogs. Andre Giroux using Greenwood dogs. That's Zebo stuff right here. That Homer stuff, and then you look down here, you got the Eli. Now we talking about Bully Son, not Jeep. The Bully Son. Bully Son, not Jeep. Ozzie. That's why we wanted to go. That's why we was taking Amber down there to Ozzie. Because Ozzie was doing the same thing with his line of dogs. Remember, we used to have Eli dogs. You know what I mean? Remember, we used to have Eli dogs. So that was a factor that we wanted to play in. Still, good line of dogs right there. Yeah, and McVeigh, he did throw some pretty good ones. He didn't have a lot of breeding time in him, but as you can look and see, Buck Rogers beat a good one. Who knows? It might have been Fred. It might have been one of these over here. I don't remember the dog's name, but it might have been Fred. But look at the way they was breeding them. This one right here, Scrappy. This was a Victor move here. Victor talked about Scrappy a lot. That's how we ended up with Psychos. Remember, Psycho was off of Dolly with Victor breeding Dolly to an Eli dog. See, it was not uncommon for Victor to do that because he did it. He was doing it. Before he got into the Mayday Dolly stuff, these are the kind of dogs he was messing with. Again, production. Not a whole lot of all rims in there. That's probably what was making it so hard for Victor to break out when he was messing with the Latin boys. They was doing good dogs, but they couldn't win the matches that they wanted to win. You know, Victor was saying that he was losing more than he was winning. He was taking good dogs. Okay, why was something going on? What's on the screen now? It hasn't changed yet. To where we at on the show? Hold on, guys. Not gonna see where we at on the show. We can't see what you're doing, Mo. I mean, look, yeah, he said, not seeing what you're talking about, Mo. Uh-oh. Okay, let's see what happened. Did it go back? On your phone? Damn, fellas, y'all was missing all that good info, wasn't y'all? Thanks for letting me know, fellas. Okay, let's see if we can get back. Somebody tell me where y'all lost me at. That's why it's just good. I need to keep checking on these chats, so I need to keep my head down. We can't see it, not seeing, not showing. It was a couple times. See, okay, let's see if it show up. Okay, hold on, guys. We're gonna see if Scrappy show up. Nothing. He said, go back to the Aussie pad. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the Aussie pad, y'all. Okay, we got it now. Let's see. Let's go back to Aussie. Let me go back to Aussie then. Okay, now how do we get back to Aussie, Mike? McVeigh. Okay, I'm getting back to Aussie, fellas. This is the dog that I had up. Let me know if y'all see it, so we can be all on the same pack. It wasn't hardcore Ozzy. It was McVeigh. Okay, this is what brought me to Ozzy right here. I was on Stone City, and I took y'all down there to Ozzy. And remember, I told you, I was telling you guys about me knowing Stone City, and I was checking out the Ozzy stuff, but I was saying how Ozzy hooked up with Andre Giroux. They started crossing dogs, and both of them was pretty good friends with Ralph Greenwood. And this was the reason right here that we wanted to go to Ozzy's yard, because remember I told you I knew Stone City. And me and my KP, we was hooked on breed, going to Ozzy's yard and breeding to one of these dogs. There's Homer. There's Mr. Greenwood. There's the Eli stuff. Yeah, we was gonna take that yellow, that damn red boy stuff, and we was gonna take Amber before we went to Grand Champion Ace. The reason why we wanted to go to Ozzy Stevens first, because Ozzy was throwing match dogs. Ozzy was over there hanging out with Andre Giroux. If y'all see the old journals, you see Andre Giroux, he was using those dogs, the Greenwood dogs. And then you look at Ozzy, he was using those Greenwood dogs. And they was doing the very same thing. They was crossing them into Eli. That's why we was going to take Amber. We were going to go out, complete out, and take Amber into one of these dogs on Ozzy's yard. I think we was trying to breed the Homer. He was stuck on breeding the Homer. But as you can see, that's the Zebo stuff right there. They go Rob Greenwood, you know, everybody know that's the APBT people. For those who don't know, Rob Greenwood, APBT. Tragic accident, but his wife took over, and APBT is still going to this day. The Eli dog. I was impressed with the Eli, because why? Because remember, we had Eli dogs. Amber took us into the red boy era, but we had Eli dogs. Okay, around here, anybody got any questions before we get up by Ozzy? It wasn't hardcore. It wasn't Ozzy and the hardcore dogs. Hardcore ran with Yellow, Red Boy Rascal, crossed with Jeep. Stone City was using Grand Champion Buck, Jeep, and Red Boy. Okay? But you notice they all had one thing in common. Yellow was their major playing card. The female, she was the major playing card. But before Jesse made the move to Yellow Buck, Jesse bred Awesome Baby to a son of Grand Champion Buck. That Jedi dog. They bought Jedi from STP. Bought him back and bred the Awesome Baby and produced Nico. Same thing. It's like we're looking at Hardcore doing what he was doing with the Yellow Dogs. But what he was using was the Jeep Rascal Cross. Stone City's using the Buck Rare Boy Cross. See it? Buck Rare Boy. When he went and bred to Becky, he was already on that tip. He was already, you see that? Changed the yard. That it did. Because he was a producer. But again, if you look at it, what do you see? What do you continue to see? Not only do you see the production, you see a formula. Key facts. Remember, we're doing the same thing when we run around there playing with hardcore yard. Now we over here playing with Stone City yard, and both kennels produce their own working dogs. That's my main point that I'm pointing out. When I press that formula so much, and I do press it, I do know I do press it. There go Firecracker. You know, good producing for match dogs though. They sure was. Firecracker was a bad one though. He was a good one. He was a good one. Firecracker was a good dog. That he was. But that was somebody taking city streets, took their females. See, they female. They took their female and wanted to breed to McVeigh. Again, another Eli cross. What made him go over here to breed to McVeigh? Right here. Oh, Scrappy. Scrappy. Don't forget. Man. Not Rocket Man. Hold on, let me get back over here where I was. Trying to get back to Scrappy here. Hold on. When I was talking about Scrappy and what Victor was doing. See the Eli? I think everybody was trying to dab a little bit to check it out. We trying it with Jeep, but hey, Victor was trying it before he got over there and started messing with those Mayday dogs. He was an Eli man. But another damn good dog. You know, and if you're paying attention and you take a closer look, they all look like, you know, you would expect them to all. They look like they got kind of like a Mayday look to them. That's the Patrick y'all see in these dogs. That's the Patrick in these dogs that's giving y'all that common look. Buck, little Tater. Even though you got Eli dogs all up in these pedigrees, guess what ain't changing? The look, the structure, the body, the ability, the match dogs. But again, we're still looking at formulas. We're looking at formulas. Becky was a good one, but this was the key. Becky was bred to him. Again, Stone City doing this. Stone City doing this. It's how they breeding awesome, baby. Bought that dog from STP, bred Jedi, then they went back to it again. Now they taking awesome baby and going straight to buck. Awesome baby going straight to buck. We see what it did when they did it to Jedi. Now we're going straight to buck. See what he was producing. Let's go take a closer look. That little red brindle looking look you got from there, that's coming from Awesome Baby. Oh, let me go back. Siblings, that's where I want to start at. Here's the siblings from that breed. You have Blondie, Yellow Buck, and Piggy. That's Champion Piggy. Miss Piggy, my fault. See it right. There's Miss Piggy. What do you notice? They all still have that funny looking cross. Again, what do we see a lot of? What do we see a lot of? Production. Production. A great bitch to be great kennels. Yes, she did. I think all them dogs was great dogs. But that's Mayday without Buck. Remember, Mayday ain't got no Buck in it. He got a little Taylor in it, but he ain't got no Buck in it. So Stone City is doing this really, to me, before Victor really got into it. Victor got into it, and Victor did just the opposite and produced a line of producing match dogs. Remember, that's Grand Champion Yellow Buck's Little May's sister. Keeping it tight, but keeping it right. And remember, what are they doing? They're just building stock. She don't look nothing like Yellow Buck. They all had them nice bodies too, guys. They really did. They really had some nice bodies. There's Yellow Buck. Don't forget this one here. That's like breeding Mayday. You pull up Mayday's pedigree, it'd be just opposite. Almost the same group of dogs, just flip it around. Another one, Cold Bitch. and she had that blind look. We had a couple blind puppies. Remember, Bebe was a blind like that, but Rogers had that kind of blind look. But what do we see again? What do we see? Production. Remember, this is the same female. Nico Jr. Same female. What do we see? What are they doing? They're doing the same thing Hardcore was doing. They're taking their dogs and they're restocking their yard with match dogs. What's key pieces they both had in common? Not only was they using yellow, they was using all whims. Production. Go back to Blondie. I'm not done with her yet. Remember, Blondie still had two little mate sisters. I mean, she had Grand Champion Yellow Buck, and she had Yellow Buck and Champion Miss Piggy in her litter. Those are her litter mates. There's Matcha. Damien. Black Eyed Matey. Combat. A lot of good dogs in this pedigree. She produced. But the key factor was when they made this breeding right here. See it? Still looks the same. The top looks like the bottom. You know what I mean? And this was done after we had done it with Little Buck. Let me go back here to Yellow Buck. Okay, same thing. You notice that? What do we still got? What are we still working with? What are they doing? One thing you seen Hardcore do it. Now we're seeing Stone City do it. They're keeping up on the production. Not only are they constantly using their match dogs, but they're staying on top of the production. Why couldn't they take Miss Piggy? I think Miss Piggy was gone by the time they took Blondie. Don't know what happened to Miss Piggy exactly, but I do know when it came down to it, I would have took Miss Piggy to Mayday before I took Blondie, me personally. So that means Miss Piggy wasn't around by the time they decided to make that move to go breed to Mayday. Okay, go back here to her. Hold up, fellas, I'm getting there. I'm going back here to him. We pull up the dog that we bought back with us. Let's see where she at. I got my glasses, Mike, so if I pass it, let me know. Might be on page 2, because well, let me go pull her up first, and I'll find her that way. Now, this is Yellow Bucking and Miss Nickel breeding. They go Little Pig. All these were litter mates. The dog that I bought home, when I left Puerto Rico, I bought this one. I came back with this dog right here. That's the dog I came back with from Puerto Rico. Now you can see he had his siblings. And this wasn't hell. He made this breeding twice. Go to Sir Kel. Look at the offspring. Competition Kennels. Champion Romeo. Champion Romeo Buck Jr. Okay. Come on, yeah, Sir Kel. I don't know about the Romeo Buck Jr., but that's what I'm trying to get to him. See that dog right there? That dog right there is almost bred like what Hardcore was trying to do. Here we go. We got the G cross again. Bred to Sir Kel. Here's the funny thing, before they did that move right there, and I remember I came back with a little buck. Okay. I have one breed. I got one breeding out the dog. This one. I got Buck Roger, got a whole litter. There's Bucko, there's Yellow Day, Baby, Buck Rogers. But I wanted just to point this part out right here. Looking just like the rest of the Stone City Blondie and all them. I just wanted to point out that bottom. If you look at Ramel Buck's pedigree, you got Tramp being bred to Sassy. That produced Ramel Buck. Romeo. I was good friends with Competition Kennels. You know, they from that Detroit area, so they was pretty cool. Between him and Ohio Cass, they helped me get this female right here. It took me a year to get her, but when the dude finally got ready to cut her loose, I was the phone call that he made. You know what I mean? Web champion Romeo. Same little female. See how she's bred? Yellow cross. Pay attention to the females. Pants nasty. Coming off a buck. Folio cross. Damn near look like some Mayday shit, don't it? What are we still getting out of this? Bruiser. Remember, Yellow Patches double bred bruiser. What are we getting out of this? See what I'm saying? So you can imagine what happened when I took that breeding. This is a Yellow Patches mom. This is Yellow Patches mama here. That's red hooker red. There's Competition Kennels right there. Like I said, he was the one that him and Ohio Cass helped me get that dog. It took me a whole year to get my hands on her, but I did get my hands on her. On that one. Probably sassy girl. Cause hooker red. That's her. Those are two puppies when we bred little Mayday to her. She didn't have but two puppies. That was it. Oh, come on. Wait. Okay? Now, keep that thought in mind. You don't see no stones stolen. The only thing I get out of this whole deal was little Mayday gone, and I got two puppies. That was it. But I had the opportunity that when I got my hands, when she came of age, and she wasn't even quite, she was what, like 15 months old when we bred her. She was like 15 months old when I made breeding here. I took little buck and bred to that little female right there. Her brother was cold, but she was hot. Didn't have no ability, but she was game as all outdoors. Remind me of Amber. We always said that she was Amber, another Amber. But I took my Stone City male, knowing I already understand this down here. I can make this down here better by breeding him. Think we wasn't paying attention to that? Why I did it so, it was one of the first things I did as soon as she came in heat. It was her first heat when I bred her. Her first heat, I know it was first heat. She was over a year old when she came in heat, but I bred her the first time I caught her in heat. I bred her to him. Didn't come back with Red Ace, but I came back with him. First chance I got, I made the cross. Look like everything everybody else is doing. Stone City, hardcore. I'm looking like them now. I'm looking like them now. I'm already impressed with what I got out of these two, out of this right here. I was already happy. I felt a whole lot better after losing her. But what I saw out of him and Brett, oh, I was happy. I lost him, but I was happy I had her. But look at the cross. Look what was going on. There's our Jeep, our yellow, and our buck. That's what I was breeding. Yeah, we picked up the ROM later with her. And I got help doing that. But you still see, the makeup is still like everybody else was doing. Still see I'm doing what everybody else is doing. So it's not like I'm sitting up there producing my own shit. I'm being honest with you, telling you right out the back. No, I wasn't. I understood them papers so damn well that I'm looking at the dogs in the papers, and I'm just hoping that what I'm doing, I'm gonna be able to see and do what I watched Hardcore do, what Victor was doing, and what Stone City was doing. I'm using their shit. Remember, this right here is the first Mayday Stone City cross. This right here made them go and take Blondie to Mayday. Because what they saw out of this breeding here, it squashed all beef. There was only one thing that made them different. What made them different was this boy. And why I say that? Because all these dogs produce. Sir Kell, he had litter mates. His litter mates were producers. No doubt. Sir Kell, Little Piggy, Little Vic, Miss Jamie, ROM. Sir Kell, producer of record. Baby, see that? Baby came out of the same litter as Little Buck. Same litter as Little Buck. Look what she produced. Jesse James. And I love this female here. I saw her before she went into Killer Cali. That's Black Ice's female. Little brother, little May's sister. See the move? See what they were doing? Everybody was being smart. Stone City knew exactly what they was doing. You see what everybody else did? They took Mayday and added to 357 and got Grand Champion Macho Buck. They took Sarah Kell and bred back into that stuff there and got Romeo Buck. But you see the formula? Match dogs and producing. Match dogs and producing. Is there a formula there? Again, you can look at it and see it. They were all in common. Okay, I'm trying to read some of these things. Yeah, Romel was bred out the ass. He was. But that's why I wanted Apache so damn bad. Because I seen Champion Romel. Me and Competition Kennels was good friends. Like I said, he helped me get my hands on Apache because I wanted to breed Apache. And I had the perfect dog that I wanted to breed Apache to. I wanted to breed Apache to Little Buck. When I came home without Red Ace, I came home with Little Buck as a puppy. Now I got Little Buck, Little Mayday, and Brat on the yard. And then ended up with Yellow Apache. So, you know, me and KP, our minds was already set on what we was getting ready to do. We doing what Hardcore, Stone City, and Victor was doing. We're going to try this route. And we did. The only thing that I did that didn't nobody else do was make that breeding with Sassy Girl and Little Buck. Victor was mad. Jesse was mad. Because they couldn't stand each other. Victor was calling out Yellow Buck. Wasn't the same way, but just the fact that Victor was, I'll kill his ass and all that stuff, you know, and Jesse, you know how them Latinos get. They got them chips on their shoulders and they couldn't stand each other. But guess what? I had both on my yard and I was going to do it. I wanted to do it with Red Ace to Yellow Buck. I ended up taking Red Ace to Mayday. Yeah, Jesse was salty, but guess what? I already had Little Buck. I already came home with Little Buck. You couldn't take him back. You know? Because, yeah, he was a little salty that I overlooked Yellow Buck and ran off with Red Ace and bred to Mayday. And shortly after that, went over to Puerto Rico and went to Tomboy. You know, but thank God I did that because I came back with Lil Buck. I might have lost Red Ace, but hey, he wasn't pissed off enough to not let me get Lil Buck. You know what I mean? He made sure I came home with a dog back in that cage. So shout out to him. Because yes, it did make a world of difference. These dogs were producers. Sibling. Look how they bred. You could expect one thing. You could have expected a grand champion macho buck as soon as you added the Mayday to this shit. Even we knew that. Remember, these are different dogs that we grabbing up, but we talking about baby, Sir Kill, and Little Buck. And don't forget Sammy, the all-in bitch. So what do they all have in common? All were able to produce. All were producing match dogs. It's like that registered mare is like almost like a genetic strain in itself. Because if you bred them a certain type of way, they worked a certain type of way. I'm not trying to go back to baby. I'm trying to go back here. That's it, cool. No. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna get back to where I was. Her siblings, yeah. We seen Sir Kel. Here's Little Pig. Did she produce? Let me show you. Yep, what was that? Yep. Another one coming off a Little Pig. See this little female here. I bred Pretty Mama to Bozak. Didn't have no puppies. He had just bred Bozak to this breed, made this breeding right here. He had just made this breeding right here. Pretty Mama didn't take. So he told me, what do you want me to do? I said, I'll take one of them puppies. These little puppies right here. Let me see. It's gotta be yeah, but go Bozak, yeah. Just check her off. This breeding here, the guy who actually had these dogs, this dog right here, got from Jesse. He was from outside of Tampa, but I had turned him on to Stone City. His name was Nico, and he had Baby and them, Little May's sister. She was the one I took down to D-South and bred her to twist it, and sitting in there working on that computer, I burned her up in my car. But this was the breeding that he had made. Now you got Stone City and Hardcore Cross. What's the common factor? Look at this. Look what I'm telling you. See all that? Look at it. Run a one-time winner. Now look what we're doing. Look what we did with it. This little female here is the little mate to the dog we went 3 hours and 17 minutes with. 3 hours and 17 minutes. The dog that we beat was Psycho. This is Little May's sister. That's how that dog was bred. We bought her, and she was in heat, and James bred her to Gator. So we came home with this bitch full of Gator puppies, and she was already off a Gator. Yeah, James hooked me up with that one. Look at her offspring. Now imagine if that dog hadn't lived. And here's the truth of the matter. A little surprise, she had quit. Can't really say that she was really on. She quit in like 7 minutes. So I can't really tell you if she was on or not. But I've seen her quit. But boy, did she produce bred back into her own shit. Can't say it didn't work. We turned around, we put they two on top of that. Came up with Carnivore and Brick. Brick went on to win 2. He won 2. Connie only won. She won 1. But look, you see the way we're breeding them though? Now we got Mayday over here. Now we got a chance to breed Carnivore. She got taken. And they sold Brick. But one thing about Brick, yeah, they remember, yeah, they did. Hold on. Right. Trying to get to Brick now. Right. That's what I'm trying. Offspring. And again, offspring on this breeding here. You see. Hold on. Brick. Offspring. No. Diablo's offspring. Yeah. They can produce dogs. If you're trying to breed, they was definitely producing some dogs. I'm trying to find little D. I see Nico Storm right there. I'm trying to find that one. See this breeding here is the breeding that we made. She has siblings, but they're the ones those were the ones that she was the only puppy that did not get taken. I seen that earlier, Mike. You know what I mean? But I know why I can't see it. Little D. I think glasses in him. I don't see him now on this one. Yeah. It was bred to the look. It's here. See if I can find it here. Caribbean. There you go. There's Gideon. He got taken. Yeah, just right here. That's where he's gonna be at right there. I can't. There you go. These are the ones got taken. All them. And people, I know somebody asked me, well, how you know those dogs would have been good? Well, you know, without saying nothing all out loud about it, you remember what we did to baby and then when they were little pups? We had a lot of promises over there. Her, there was 3 of them that I had my mind set on. These 3 right here. I had a lot to look forward to. Believe me, these were some nice pups. I was keeping all the only one I let go was the cold bitch. Nickel Storm was cold. All the rest of them was fire. Those were the 3 I kept, and I had Gideon. I had those 3 and Gideon. Oh yeah, I was going to make some noise because them 4 dogs was nothing to be played with. I'm just letting y'all know. Yes, that shit worked. It did work. Yes, it did work. And you notice, see all this, I got Stone City, Hardcore, and Southern Kennels all in one line of dogs. We able to put all that shit together. The whole combination. That's why them dogs, that's why they were so hot, and that's why they was rough as young dogs. So they was on the chain early in life. Gideon was another one. Remember, I got Gideon. Gideon was bred like him. He was off a little D, but I was setting up for a future. I was going to get my chance to really set it off with them pups. These dogs right here, and I had Gideon, and I had Carnivore. All those dogs are the dogs they took off my yard and put down. Yeah, there go Tom. Got that one off. That was a gift. That was a gift from ProSet. Yeah, gave me her. No Stone City Hardcore. They go Twisted Nico in the shit. And if you look on her nose, she got a little white mark and the white feet. What puts her in common with these dogs? Nothing. Just showing you characteristics show up. And she was a killer. Like I said, they claimed that she was dead, but government had rumors that she was in the Virgin Islands. Said she was one of the baddest bitches they ever had down in that area. Believe me. What we saw out of her, you couldn't last 19 minutes with that bulldog right here. This little female had a freak mouth. Didn't care where she put it. Didn't matter where she put it. And her brother was just as good as her. But I think that she was rougher than him. Because she would have you worried in 15 minutes. You know what I mean? What too many people that lasted 15 minutes with her. Average time was 9. Even my KP put something on her. Such as Kennel put something on her. Then none of them last. But that's the combination. Look how they bred. See, one thing I was learning, stick to the program. I'm in good with everybody you see on this page. Every one of these guys, I'm in good with everybody. That's why I was fortunate enough to get my hands on these dogs. No, I did the same thing. I bred her. Yeah, I had made a breeding with her. And I bred not, no, I bred the shit. See the little white nose? That's Buck Rogers. You know, I think we did it too soon because I bred Sarah Kale in the shit to him and didn't get nothing because of them steroids. You know, it was too soon after, the show that they came in heat and I bred both of them to him and then neither one of them take because of those steroids. Still had them in the system, I guess. If you can look a little closer at the picture, you can see, you know, what long after that. That was my wife at the time holding him, but look at his face. And keep in mind now, this is Upper Little Mayday's daughter. Yes, I would have loved to get that breeding off. I bred that. I made a breeding with him. And again, I turned around and made that breeding. Then I made this other breeding. Again, see his face? Didn't take. Didn't give him enough time to build up his testosterone to even have pups because of the roids. You know? But just imagine, guys, if I got that off and they didn't come and hit my yard. I was already in a good place. Had built up my yard to be able to do what they were doing. Had all the right stuff going. Definitely understood the format. I had Circle. You know what I mean? There she is on my yard. There she is right there. I had Ugly. Didn't want to do nothing with Ugly. Didn't want to breed her or nothing. Just get her out of here, man. So he had me put on the plan and he sent her down into evolution. But yeah, these are the kind of breedings, guys, and what I'm trying to point out is, you know, you want to match. We're matching dogs. So what we're doing is breeding for stock. I had to learn how to breed for stock, and the way I learned how to breed the stock is breed to what's winning. You know, I didn't get the opportunity to really get into what I was building. You know, we talk about Baby. Don't forget Baby. Show you her. And this is Baby. A lot of this happened after. One thing you're gonna notice about, you're gonna see one thing they all have. Look how she's bred. These are the ones that did make it. Still, sassy girl, Little Mayday. So we heavy Mayday. We got Mayday down here. Still got our Stone City. Still got all our Jeep. No, not just right here. Don't forget. Bruiser had a lot of Jeep in him. There go Crystal. Well, I would say a lot of Honey Bunch, but yeah, Jeep. When you cross, they just cross with our stuff. Now we got Question the Ass, Charlie. Remember? And then you got this bottom side here. So we still dealing with Grand Champion Buck, Grand Champion Yellow, Grand Champion Mayday. And Champion Jeep. Yeah. I ain't the only one. Yellowbird and Elrod were litter mates. So that's Yellowbird and Elrod litter mates. I sold Baby to Jamie. Jamie was the one that actually made this breeding. I made the what a day breeding. Another one. Same thing. Jamie. He bred it to Orca. She produced. To me, key factor. Why was they so rough? I'm still putting it on this stuff right here. Because he was rough as hell. I liked him, but when he bred him to death, these was some badass. These still remember, this is the Mayday Stone City breeding, the first one. So everybody had a lot to look forward to if this shit was working. You know, there was no doubt that they had a lot to look forward to if we got what we got out of the deal. Okay, that was Gus, and then that Yellowbird, 4 champions. You don't see Brad in no, you don't see Brad nowhere in those pedigrees. A little Mayday, Sassy Girl. Sassy Girl was bred to a lot of dogs. The Sassy Girl being bred to Burns Hot Dog. There's one more. There's Reno of a hot dog. One over 2-time winner, 205. Abu. Bred to some old Ozzie Stevens stuff. You see what I'm saying? I think Jamie always remember when I always talked about trying to breed Red Ace to, Amber to Ozzie's yard. So you see, he got it done. He had to go take a shot at it. Jamie listened very well. That he did do. He listened very well. He paid some real good money for the dogs he took off my yard. And I still to this day believe it would have worked if we'd have got Amber to him. Because that midget dog was pretty good. She produced some good dogs. And we the same dog we were talking about earlier, right? Same dog we were talking about earlier. I think Abu, he died after his match. He was in a long one. He was in a long one. He ended up winning, but he was in a very long match. And Reno, he saw Reno, but he liked him. So these are people, Jamie made those moves. But, you know, I made the cock diesel breeding, the twisted Nico breeding, the Walkamall breeding. You know, Sassy Girl. And these breedings here, like here's one I wanted to bring up because Mad had bought one. Yeah, Mark Davis had bought one of these pups. No, he was a sibling, Cocky Girl. Mad's Cocky Girl. I think Mad called her another name, but yeah, I did a James Crenshaw move. When I got ready to send her down there to him, she had came in heat. I told her, let me hold her a little longer and I'll breed her. I bred her to May 2 and sent her down there full of puppies off of May 2. The Little John breeding, you know, y'all always heard me talk junk about the Walkamall breeding. You know, the little girl, I think she produced something. I think this is the one that had produced, yeah. This dog produced something. This dog produced something. And I'm not sure about this one, but this one here, dude called me and told me that he had won one off the chain with her. But this breeding here, well, I can tell y'all about the Little John stuff. Yeah, I gotta find out. Here you go. I can get it from here. Baby Sassy Girl 2. That was one. You know who I'm looking for, right, Mike? No. Damn, what was his name though? The one that quit. Okay. Might be on the second page. No, that's that one page. Yeah, Paul Wall. Yeah, there you go. There you go. This dog right here. Y'all see the date that this breeding was made? You see how old that? Look here. See that right there? That breeding was made in 2000. You know, he didn't throw nothing, but his sisters, those are his sisters. The guy sold the dog, but yeah, that is his birthday. 11/28/2000. When I went to breed to Big John, Big John was gone. So anybody that sit there and tell y'all that they got some puppies off of Big John after 2000 was lying. Because this breeding was made in 2000. And when I took my dog up to Waccamaw, I was there to breed Sassy to Big John. And Big John was gone. That's how I ended up breeding to Little John. So in 2000, I would have to say around August, September time, Big John probably came up missing in July of 2000. It was shortly after that because when I got to his yard, he had told me then that Big John was gone. He was gone. But he was also trying to have in that. No, you're gonna bring Little John up patience right off the bat because for this dog to be a full-time winner, he ain't had no full-time winner scars on his ass. Okay. Yeah. Okay, guys. Oh, you got chats up here, money. Oh, okay. Yeah, grand champion street sweeper was in Detroit, but he was, like you said, he was in Detroit. He did win his championship in Detroit. Yes, sir. But the Triple J that got him, he was from Ohio. It's not the Triple J that be on YouTube. The Triple J that we know, he was from Ohio. Yeah. Link or something, money? See, Mike don't be looking at the links. Oh, you could have stopped me and just put that shit on pause. Oh, no. Jump. Blame it on me for. Come on in, Game Baker. Waiting on you, Eli. Why you out there? What's up, baby, Eli? Man, Doctor, when you gonna come in here and sit with me, man? Oh, did the sound go out again? I hope we can get you tagged in, boss. Then he said, okay. He said, okay, Mo. Game Baker said no sound, but okay. We can't hear you, Mo. But he got, it's okay now. We can hear you now. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I think this thing be on the delay. It just be like when I switch over to go back into Streamyard, it just seemed like it kicked everything off for a minute. But wait. But yeah, Street Sweeper, damn, I know he was a badass dog though. And for him to win up there in Detroit, it was rough. Now, Elon Monster, you know, the Triple J that had Street Sweeper was from Ohio. Not the same one that's on YouTube because he ain't from Ohio. Street Sweeper was sold to a Triple J in Ohio. Damn. Okay. Hey, Game Breaker, Mike said you win, man.
What up? What up? What up?
Go ahead and make some noise.
What up? What up? What up? Salute to the chat, man. Salute to the legendary GHK twins, man. I'm just
Thank
popping
you.
it. You can't? Can
Hey,
you hear me,
Game Breaker,
twin?
you saying anything?
Can you hear
I
me? You
can't hear
can't?
you. Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Yo, 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 yo.
I got you now, fam. You hear me?
For sure, I hear you, Mr. Mo. What's going on?
Hey, yes, sir. I got you. I got you on deck.
Yes, sir. Salute to the short tank, man. Salute to the legendary going hard twins, man. For always scratching the win. You heard me?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I hear you.
Yeah, I got a actual question though, Mr. Mo.
Oh, hey now, man. What?
What was the difference between
Mm-hmm.
the Mayday, the Mayday book stuff and the Mayday with the Nico in it, with the Jeep in it? What was the difference in between them puppies or the dogs?
Okay. Say it again. What's the difference between what now?
I said to you, what was the difference, the major difference between the Mayday, what was that first dog that you took to Mayday, the first breeding?
Talking about Red Ace.
Red Ace, that's the one she died though.
No, no. We bred the maiden. We had already. We was gonna breed her to. Okay, you back? Can you hear me
Yes,
now?
sir. Yes, sir. I can
Okay.
hear you. I can hear you.
Okay. Okay. Basically, what you're asking, what was the difference between the Mayday breeding that we made?
Yeah, the red ace, the red. What was the difference between the dogs, the red ace dogs and the sassy girl dog?
Well, Brat Brat came off of Red Ace, and so did Little Mayday. Sassy Girl was off of Little Mayday. There wasn't much of a difference. Sassy
Was
Girl,
no, it was one. I might have said that wrong. It was one of those dogs. What is when you had the Stone City, the little book with the Nico Junior in it? I mean, the Nico at the bottom with the Jeep in it. Was that
yeah,
book little book?
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I think that's what I was meant to ask. Them dogs. What was the difference that you
Well,
seen
yeah,
them then?
nothing because Sassy Girl's father was Red Ace been my brother. You know
Right,
what I mean?
right, right. So it's basically the same thing,
That's
just a
basically the
top and
same
bottom.
thing, right?
Right,
Right. Because Sassy, she was just a brood bitch. Because remember, Brat had Rory's.
right, 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 right.
Now, no, you talking about not low, but the brick breeding, the brick breeders. Yeah, bricking them.
Yeah, it was one of those breeding that was a little bit more had a little bit more.
Right.
It was Jeep with the Mayday.
Yeah, that was the breeding when we was using Sassy Girl's daughter. Right. We used Sassy Girl's daughter and we bred back to Little Diablo.
Right, 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 right.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Galosses and all those dogs. The ones that they took and killed. Yeah. The only difference is they didn't get a chance to grow up to go out there and do it, like Gideon. And that's all.
That's the only
The
difference.
Colossus. That was the only difference. Because I'm gonna tell you, man. Yeah, that would have been the Colossus breed.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're gonna go out here in a minute.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Good
sir.
luck.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask that question, man.
Yeah, that was that. Yeah, that was. See, and that breeding there, when we bred little Diablo, he was heavy. He was heavy Stone City, right? But Sassy, little Sassy, she was off a Sassy girl. Bred to Twisted. Yeah, bred to made it, Twisted, champion Twisted.
What puppies did you what did any of them puppies hit the ground off of that Little John breed you was just
Yeah,
talking about?
all of them. Yeah, all of them. The females, the females produced real good. Yeah, the females produced. It was the man. The only one dog that I know that quit, and that was the John B. But to be honest, I was never, out of all the breedings that I made, that was I always say that not can walk them off. I don't want nobody to get me wrong, but it was just like they were not like our dogs. They weren't like our dogs, like
So
what we
you
had.
so you just answered my question. I was gonna ask you what did you think? So you already just said that they breeding right there with the Sassy Girl was a step down from what y'all already had with Sassy Girl, the other Sassy Girl breedings.
Right.
Right.
Because it was little Sassy Girl. She was off of Sassy and Twisted.
Right.
So, yeah, that was pretty. The females, they ended up producing some dogs. Because there was only 2 males in the litter.
Right.
And I didn't keep either one of them. Even as puppies, because I couldn't get over what I saw. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What yielded the production with the females? What formula did they go with the to make it yield?
Can I say that one more time?
I said what with the females that survived out of that walk up that Little John breeding, what 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 cross or what formula did they go with to make it produce?
Let me see. I ended up selling both of those females. Yeah, I did. I ended up selling both of those females because at the time I got up.
Yeah.
Mayday. Yep.
But yeah, that's all. I was just sitting here listening to you, man. Them two questions kind of spiked my interest. I said, "Let me get on backstage. Let me answer these questions while they
Yeah.
on my mind."
Yeah.
That's
The Walk'em breeding was. I will tell you, the Walk'em breeding was not one that. I was definitely not impressed. Not knocking the females. Not knocking the female. I'm just talking about the litter as a whole.
right.
They were not like the rest of the dogs. You know what I mean? They were not like the rest of them. They was literally totally different.
So
Yeah.
what about
Yeah,
what
sure.
you think it'll be the best 75-25 if you only used just a little quarter of that Walkman?
Well, I mean, we didn't ever get away from the Walk'em breeding, and because you still remember, we got Yellow Dog and he's heavy Walk'em.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we didn't really get away from it. You know what I mean? There was only one problem in Yellow Dog's pedigree, and that was that red dog. They say he was off of Big John. How can he be off of Big John and he was born in 2002?
Yeah, he was gone when y'all went down there and do that breeding.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, you debunked that. You know, ain't no way you could have been off of it if the dog was already gone when you went down there and did that breeding. You know, that can't
Yeah.
happen. That can't happen unless they
Well,
already
I
had
mean,
some straws
I know
somewhere.
that, no, they didn't have no straws. They didn't have no straw. No, I mean, there's a whole lot of us out there that didn't have straws. Okay, if we
Yeah,
didn't know about straws, then everybody would have been having straws on these dogs.
yeah.
You know, no, I mean, exactly, because that's who I was going to breed to. Remember, he had me come all the way out to his yard and wait till I get there to tell me Big John ain't there.
Damn.
And that's why I be telling people, you know, don't come and tell me about no 2002 Big John shit. I don't want to hear that shit. Big John was right. Remember, my dogs were ADBA registered. They ain't want no straw, no damn way. You know, and then the other thing was the fact that, you know, it wasn't about the straw thing. It was more about the dogs. You know, I mean, we didn't get a chance. I didn't get a chance to step out into the man yard. But when you bring a full-time win up there, and you know my road dog got more scars on them than your dogs. You know what I mean? The dog you bringing me, I'm bringing my bitch to this dog. You know, Sassy had more scars on it than he.
Yeah.
So you know, I don't know. You know, they always threw straws up at Big John Burning Star. That's a lie. You know, they didn't pull straws. They went and pulled his nuts, but they wasn't storing those straws. They was, you know, I think the reason why they didn't want people on there to go back there and look at the yard because the goddamn yard didn't have no dogs out there with no scars on them. I mean, what was the excuse when my boy went to breed the Grand Champion Rattler? And believe me, he took a picture of the dog, standing right there on the man's yard and sent me a picture of the dog. And he said, "Is this Champion Rattler?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Look at the dog. That's supposed to be a grand champion." I said, it was the same shit I saw when I went and bred, supposed to be breeding the Big John, and he bought me a Little John. Yeah. No, they were artificially inseminating the dogs, but they weren't holding no straws. And no, they did not have no straws on Big John.
Yeah.
You know,
No. And the insemination part sound more plausible to me.
well, I mean, you know, when somebody trying to tell me something that they ain't done themselves, and I'm standing right there, you think I'm an idiot? You know, I had to debunk some of this bullshit that I hear. You know, don't try to make the dog something that he wasn't. I told you, it was already questionable about a lot of shit that Walking was doing. Can't say they wasn't matching dogs. I'm just saying, hey, look, when you start seeing flaws in people's shit, and I was all up in South Carolina doing dogs. Okay, I went in the Crossroad. You know what I mean? I'm all in their backyard. You know what I mean? And I go in their yard, they got scarred up dogs. Now, why are you gonna bring me a full-time winner with it was amazing because they tried to do the same thing with my dude. I told him, man, whatever you do, man, because I told him before he went, he was stuck on that walk-em-all shit. You know, he came to me and was like, he wanted to go breed to the Rattler dog. I said, well, just be sure that he gonna probably try to go back in the backyard and try to bring the sperm up to you and inject it into your dog, but don't go for that shit. Don't go for that shit. Make him bring that dog up to the front. That's what I had to do. You know, cause I don't know who's next he's bringing that shit off of. So make sure he bring that dog up to the front. He had to go through the same old thing that I did. You know, so he went and got Rattler, brought him up to the front. And the first thing my man did is took a picture of me and walked off and called me and said, man, is that Grand Champion Rattler? I said, yeah, that's Grand Champion Rattler. I said, you see what I see, right? He was like, yeah, how's the dog a Grand Champion? Because he had no stars on him. So my man just walked off the man yard and left. But I tried to tell him before he went. You know, I don't know about their dogs. You know, not saying that they ain't, but my experience with them, you know, it's just hard to believe that they was, you know, all these so-called winter dogs that they had, you know. And then when you look at the production of the yard itself, only people can win with the dogs. Look, we can win with hardcore dogs. We can win with Stone City dogs. We can win with Mayday dogs. But then why couldn't nobody win with Walkmore dogs? Why they got all these champions and can't nobody else do that shit but y'all? Come on, y'all. Think about this shit. You know what I'm saying? There's a whole lot of questions that need to be answered in that shit. You know, and with my experience with them, you know, there's a lot of questions that I would like answers to. You know, but like I said, in the breeding itself, the only all of them being made on Walkmore yard, with all them Walkmore dogs that was being sold out there, you know. Look, what we got, 2 out of the last 20-some years, yellow dog in the now. But why we got to give it the yellow? Why we got to give the Walkmore the credit? He got a lot of Walkmore in him, but he got Barracuda and Mayday in him. You know what I'm saying? That changes the whole scenario. Why you know, yellow dog got that Walkmore in him. Yeah, he is a champion. And I think somebody else put up another champion with Walkmore in him. You know, but look at the years between that. If you look at Walkmore yard with all the champions that they have on their yard, they should have been just like Stone City Hardcore and everything else. We were supposed to be able to take their dogs and win like they was winning. Why wasn't that happening? You know, and like I said, I've always had that question, and it showed up in the breeding. You know, that's all. I don't knock them. I'm just telling you what I know for a fact. I know for a fact that somebody told me about Big John. I mean, look up his pedigree, look up his match. Big John match didn't go for 16 minutes. You know what I mean? You ask the question, you'll get the answer. Well, who did they put him on? You know? South Carolina know the truth. Somebody in South Carolina know the truth. I'm just telling you what my experience was with it. You know, I didn't like what I saw when I bred the Little John, and I was never impressed after that. And I came home talking about, I don't know about Walkmore. They got some. First of all, he tried to go bring me some straw, something that's true, and you ain't doing that with me. But then I always wonder why he did that, because he knew, you know, you got a dog man coming up on your yard trying to breed to your dogs. You know, and we see you bring up these dogs that ain't got no scars on, gonna be, you know what I'm saying? I mean, literally, you know, literally none. Now I know he went healing up dog that damn good, no 4-time winner. You know?
That's what I was just going to say to him. He might have had an immaculate aftercare.
Well, okay, but then, you know, a couple of years later, now we in the same scenario with Grand Champion Rattler. And then the whole time, everybody's getting these dogs, and ain't nobody winning shit with them. Only one can win with them is Walkmore.
Damn.
I mean, and that's not just capping. You know, I've always got receipts. I can just send y'all out there and go look for yourself. For as many champions that came off of their yard, why in the hell can we get the same thing that they would get? You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
Well, okay, we're gonna give them the immaculate aftercare. But so let's start talking about these champions and this immaculate aftercare. Why can't we win championships like your dog is filling up your yard doing?
Yeah.
So that means, you know, they can win for you, but they don't produce shit, but unless they're on your yard. Don't that make you wonder? We could buy hardcore dogs and we could win with them. at least have a better shot at it. You know, we could do that with Stone City dogs. We could do that with Victor's dogs, Mayday dogs, but we couldn't. Nobody do it with Walkamore. Yet he was having champions all over the place.
Cosmo and Cal said, because the truth probably is they wasn't getting it either twin.
Okay, and believe me, I believe that, man. If it don't be for the fact that I ran in there and the trouble, you know, just the thought that you got me coming all the way out to your yard, I'm supposed to be breeding a big John. But you don't tell me until I'm on your yard that big John was gone.
Yeah.
When you think you would have told me that before I took off with my female? You know I was coming. You know what I'm saying? Why didn't you tell me before? I might not want even one to come. But up to that point, y'all, I was a Walker Mall fan. You see what I'm saying? I was a Walker Mall fan. I wouldn't have never wanted to go to a yard if I didn't believe in him. Yeah. I believe they wasn't getting it in either. You know what I'm saying? Cause look, Crossroad, you know, he used to talk, he used to pick on, he used to make cracks about him. You know, he did. You know, he used to make cracks about him. He used to say, man, and that's what made me think that they do match dogs, because Crossroads said he beat up on them so much that, you know, he literally got tired of taking their money. You know, but he used to be a shit talker, so I couldn't really take for true what he was saying, because what he was doing was adding some validity to the fact that they do match their dogs. You know what I mean? Even if they were losing, and you never really seen them losing in the journals, you know, Crossroad telling you they ain't reporting that shit. You know what I mean? But this is Crossroad talking about them. And they're all in the same area. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, shoot, I can tell you that Crossroad was definitely doing his, because, you know, he stood out there. He went in the Barracuda with Champion Fatty. You know, come on, you can't knock that. So I guess he was trying to make sure everybody knew, you know, everybody in South Carolina ain't doing the Walker-Mall thing. You know what I mean? Because he went into us. He invited us in. He beat us. You know what I mean? I mean, that's just my viewpoint. And again, I mean, if you didn't believe nothing else I was saying, then there's one thing that you cannot deny. How many years did it take for anybody to get any kind of a champion out of that bloodline?
What's your timeline on it? How long you think it took? Or how long do you know it? How long do you know it took to get a champion out of that?
Yellow Dog was 2020 fall.
Oh.
Big John and them that was 2000. Okay. And that was me breeding to Little John. 2000. And now you got crazy ears, whack ears, all kind of other ears running out that yard. Still Methuselah got champions. But still, we giving all this play, but what are we getting? You know, and the only reason I over 20 years. Over 20 years.
Damn.
Yeah, that's over 20 years. All that Walkman stuff out there, ain't no champions out there off of that shit. But you go back down through their yard, they got nothing. They got over down to 15 champions coming off that yard. Yet nobody after over 20 years, you might 2 out of 20 years.
Damn.
me, throw the thumbs up. I heard that. Let's make sure we still in there. All right, fellas. No, what I was saying was, when it comes to putting them down, with the beeline story was when you putting dogs out there and you competing, remember guys, our dogs wouldn't be nothing if we didn't have nobody to go into. People think it's easy when you out there matching dogs, especially if you out there matching dogs when you in the fast lane. That fast lane carries let me tell you something. That game is almost like the drug game, because the reason why I say that is because you got a good dog and people that seen your dog, they gonna jump on your bandwagon. Do you know how many bettors jump on a good dog when they see one? They try to be at every one of these dog shows. You know what I'm saying? So when there's a good one going on out there. You know what I mean? Mike, he way over here on the East Coast, but he ends up way up there in Detroit going in the Ram, with Flash with his dog of the year. He could have just stayed at home and settled with dog of the year. You know what I mean? But he actually went on up there because of the competing, just like me. Why would I go all the way to Puerto Rico to go into Tommy when I could have stayed right at home and won? Probably a lot easier because I wouldn't have had to worry about the travel. Well, at the time, there was a 4-time winner that popped up that they claimed that she was a killer, and I really believed that I had a killer for her. It's the competing, it's the competitiveness. That's what drives us. It's not easy getting on. It really ain't. Guys that really get on and want to go into it. You're a guy who want to take the opportunity like I took the shot at Tommy. There's guys out there who want to jump in the fast thing and take a shot at your ass. Just think, if he beat you, wow, he gonna ring. That's gonna ring all over the place. So you got that going on. You know what I'm saying? And then you got the eagerness of, a kennel with a badass dog. He gonna come looking for you. You got to be open for the game was just like that. It wasn't hard. I mean, why was Crossroad more popular than everybody else outside of David Tent down in that area? We knew more about Crossroad than any other kennel in South Carolina outside of David Tent and Carl Cruz. Now you tell me that's not the truth. Can't nobody go right up and down, right off the top of their head, other than, right off the bat. You can't even say Walker-Mall. You know what I mean? Because Walker-Mall, yeah, they were in the South Carolina area, but we don't know nothing about them stepping out. Shoot. Roscoe opened the door for Barracuda to come down there going into this champion. You ain't see Walker-Mall opening up no doors to do that. Crossroad open up his door and let Going Hard go into his shit. You can see Crossroad doing that. Walker-Mall doing that. There's a couple dog men down there that we went into in South Carolina. And ain't none of them bumped into Walker-Mall. So we don't know who he was doing the dogs with, but they was winning. And that's what drew my attention to him. You think I would have been to Walker-Mall if I didn't believe that they shit was legit? It was everything that happened once I got to, the meeting and breathe to him and see his dog and have to go through the headache of, you lying to me about Big John. Matter of fact, you didn't lie, you just kept it a secret. You didn't tell me until I got there. And then bringing me a full-time winner, and I still made the breeding to him, give him the benefit of the doubt, but everything that happened after that. So the expectations of that little working out proved what I said. It made it even more obvious to me. They're good bred dogs, but they're not match dogs. They're not, I don't know what the hell they were calling themselves doing with them, but in anybody else and everybody else's hand, they were just bulldogs. Because again, there's nobody out there produced the number of champions with the Walkmore blood that Walkmore had done. So that tells you there's something wrong there. If they're selling us their shit, why is it not working for us? Why are we getting the numbers they get? We got them out of Hardcore. We got them out of Stone City. We got them out of Victor. We get them out of James Crenshaw. We get them out of Loctite. We get them out of Triple M. We get them out of any other kennel out there that's got a good dog. That's out there selling their puppies and matching their shit at the same time. Maybe, not that easy to get a dog from them, but guess what? We get results. Beeline and Walkmore, to me, they was on that same concept. Beeline just got exposed. Nobody ever had a chance to expose Walkmore. I can't even expose them. I can tell you my experience with them, and it brings a lot of questions. But it was the weakest breeding I had on my yard. That's why I got rid of all the puppies. They just didn't fit like my dog. Big, tall, goofy-looking dogs and all that shit, And then you got the one out there, the guy bought the dog. He went, I thought he got the pick of the litter. That's the dog he came and got. Then they turned around and ended up selling the dog because he quit. First dog I've ever heard, they literally got the left that came off a going hard yard. They got out there and literally quit before he even made it to a match. And then they turn around to take the dog and sell him. I hope to do, because the guy came down, the guy that had that dog, he came down to my yard the day that Buck Rogers died. He was on my yard. He was there to buy another dog. But it was like maybe 15, 20 minutes as I walked him, to his car. We stood out and BS'd a little bit. By the time, he left and I went back out to my yard, Buck Rogers was dead. So I always kind of had that funny feeling, did this dude do something to my dog now? And I always thought about that, but, I was there the whole time. I showed him the yard. He had to, he had been there to buy the pup, but then things had changed by the time that, he had told me about the dog quick, but he didn't ever tell me that he sold the dog as a match dog. He did come on my yard. He did pick up another pup. I got him away from that Walkmore stuff and got him one of them CD pups. They weren't pups no more, but the CD Cock Diesel and Sassy, they threw some hot dogs. Every one of them was fire. Every one of them. They might not have had the ability, and that's why I think that Cock Diesel, he might have produced some decent dogs, but he was more game. If there was dogs that I picked that I would want to do my program with, he would be down there with Crossroad, even though I would have him above Crossroad because Hell on Earth, they actually were doing dogs, you know what I mean? And CD was just a good game dog off of Mayday, but he didn't really produce like, the rest of them. As far as I was concerned, he was down there at the bottom of when it comes to producing dogs. 600 did never get bred. I don't remember nothing coming off of 600. I don't remember nothing coming off by way of Noriega. Dogs that I can just speak on that was like Haunch. Haunch had one named Torch. I think he made his championship. I think he quit at number 4. It might have been number 5. I don't know. Torch, he quit. But Haunch produced some decent dogs. But then none of them do what Barracuda and Luke Kane was doing. You give me another male outside of Twisted. Twisted, yeah, he did. Luke Kane and Twisted, they come from Deep South. So, there were two great producing dog coming out of one kennel, I would have to give it to him, deep south. And then the other one, number two, it would be the no-name boys that had May and Barracuda. You know, they these dogs, they started out with them, even though they may have sold them. You know, so but you know, they had a combination of great dogs on their yard. There's not too many other kennels out there, you know, with any great males. You know, so we're gonna sum it up with that one.
Quick rundown on the bitches.
Yeah, what were we talking about? Our main conversation tonight was really going into the pedigrees of the game and look at how these great kennels that was matching dogs, not breeders, you know, that built their stock, you know, all the way down to me explaining to y'all, I wasn't doing nothing nothing that everybody else wasn't doing. I was doing what everybody else was doing. The concept of how they was breeding, I followed the pattern, I followed the formulas, you know, I bred to the good dogs, and I just wanted to take the time out because last week, you know, we didn't get everything. There was a lot of dogs coming out of that. DDK boys and most wanted kennels that was, you know, like everybody was like, but if you paid attention to what they was doing, they wasn't doing no more than what we was doing. And they had a down pat. They was breeding their match dogs. You breed match dogs, you're going to get match dogs. They played with that formula, stayed with that formula. And it's a winning formula. It does work. Your percentages are going to be better. You know? And if you do your homework, you'll see that on your own. You know? If I'm still in, because at the point in time, I know. I see that thing shaking and baking. I know I'm still there. Yeah, I'm getting used to this StreamYard stuff, but this thing be going out a lot. But I got my phone. I can't go point out a bunch of people to go holler at on the way out the door. But you know, it goes to 1 o'clock now. It's about time. It's Friday. You know, like I said, I want you guys to really look, not just look at the Mayday and the yellow. You know, we did Eli. We did. You seen the Eli stuff. You seen the Bully Son stuff. You seen that they were using everything, the combinations. But look at the combinations that were working. Look at how they was doing it. I would love to go in the Ozzie Stevens yard. You know, I tried that one day with you guys when I told you about Mr. Greenwood and Ozzie and Andre Giroux and they dogs. You know what I mean? When we was doing the Book of Champions and I was pointing out certain things, you know, they were doing the same thing. You know, match dogs do produce match dogs. You know, and to be honest, I think the percentages are better. You know, look, each one of them, from Hardcore, Stone City, even when it came down to us, you know, I can throw James Crenshaw in there. I can throw Floyd Boudreaux in there. I can throw STP in there. I can throw Pat Patrick in there. I can even throw David Tan in there. Every one of these guys, when they bred them champions to champions type shit in their pedigrees or bred them champions, did you notice they had 1 and 2 puppies in the litter that became champions? Well, shit, we wished just to have one. You know what I mean? I bred the Mayday. Shoot, Mayday had 3 in his litter. Well, shit, at least got 2. And those were the only 2 that made it. Brat and Little Mayday. You know? Hardcore, same thing. So, hey, you got to look at it and study that, you know? I think that'd be a good thing for you guys to look at. It doesn't have to just be Mayday or yellow. The concept, you can work that same hand with the Cunningham stuff. I always say, look at Ruckus. Ruckus is the Cunningham dog. And you heard me tell you guys, Ruckus is probably the baddest Cunningham dog that the Cunningham line ever had. Because he was all that in some. You know? And he produced rough dogs, very rough dogs. He could get out there and wreck stuff. So when you're looking at these things, you know, look at the crosses, look at the breeding. I think if you do that, they all work the same way. You know, Eli did it. They did it with Eli. They did it with Bully's son. They did it with Jeep. They did it with Tab. You know, a lot of these great lines, you know, they resorted to their champions to carry those lines throughout the history. You know, and for guys, you know, I'm talking in the past because where does it make a difference in the now? Why should it even be expectation, you know, of that kind of a caliber in the now? And nobody's doing that anymore. Why would it even matter? You know? Because you sure ain't gonna have make a great breed and have two dogs in the pedigree that ain't champions, that, you know, but you bragging about them like they was. You know, where these guys had 2 and 3 champions out of one litter and had a right to brag. You know, and it just proves that cross and that breeding worked. So if you're not looking at the dogs in that type of aspect, why would it matter? You know, so I'm gonna leave y'all with that note and be prepared for some answers. Are we putting too much emphasis on the dogs of the past and their careers? You know, and basically their careers are what they are: American pit bulls. You know, why would it matter now? It should not. It's the bloodlines and the breeding shouldn't matter if the purposes have changed. You know, because how y'all checking shit? There's no need to be wondering, to even be concerned about checking nothing if it don't even matter. You know. You know, and if you're trying to have pretty papers, you're using match dogs. You know, I can see that. But again, you would have to be in touch with the underground to even know where they're at. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, just the purpose of the game has changed these days, and for all the things that come with it, you know, I just say that if they're out there and you got the goggles on to find it, you know, be smart and know how to breed it. You know, I'm showing you how to breed it and what to do with it, and understand that there's a fast lane in the now. It ain't nothing for us to talk about upstairs, because in true reality, you talk about something upstairs, you might find yourself sitting inside a prosecutor's office, you know what I mean, with your yard being hung over your head for some shit that you might have said on Facebook or spoke up on, you know what I mean? So a lot of the underground is definitely getting deeper underground, and I'm pretty sure the game has changed because, you know, the numbers got to change. When times change and everybody is not doing the same as we were doing back then a lot has changed. There's no way in the world the caliber is going to stay the same. You're probably going to have your share of good dogs, but, you know, in the growth and learning, guess what? Just by me hearing the stories, you know, good dogs, nobody's out there dominating like a tornado or a queen of heart or a pandy or anything. The closest thing to that is, you know, the dogs that we hear about. But what's the purpose of we hearing about it? We can't testify to shit. All we can go on is what we hear. We don't know the truth. You know? Only person who was standing there can tell you the truth. And 90% of the time, we hearing the story from somebody who wasn't there. So we don't know what the truth looked like, or what, you know, or what the matter of fact is. So I just think the cost of the game is more in a commercial aspect. You know, that's made for the internet, made for the people out here upstairs, and has gotten away from what's going on in the dark. You know, because those two worlds can't come together. You can try to mend them together. If you try to take the downstairs and the dark and try to bring it into the light, I don't see nothing but trouble coming. You know, and these days, breeders get put in jail for just breeding a dog who can go out there and win a championship. Oh, you know, I know this dog a champion. I'm an undercover man. I went to this dog all 3 of his matches, and this is where this dog come from. Imagine somebody knocking on your door telling you about a dog that you produced. And because he was undercover, he seen the dog that you produced win 3 matches. He was a good dog, but this dog was bred and produced for the purpose of dog fighting. He was caught up in my investigation. So now that we done got everybody, now we coming back to get the breeder. Did that make any sense? It don't. But guess what? They trying to make sense of it doing it, because that's what they're doing. And that's what they're using. Everybody want an APBT dog. Let me tell y'all something. When they came after me, guess what? They subpoenaed APBT, and APBT sent them every dog that was under my name. But the good thing about it, they sent them with those show cards and weight pulling cards. See, that's what did the womp, 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 because when APBT sent it, they sent it with the registry of my dogs being show dogs in register. They just didn't have a pedigree. They had show cards, you know, so that killed them on that. But hey, shoot, they definitely subpoenaed it, and the APBT didn't have no other choice but to give them the information. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to keep their stuff legit and right. And, you know, like they said, you know, they're not related to any type of dog fighting. So how can you take an APBT paper and all of a sudden, because there's certain dogs on this APBT paper, you know, now the dog is, you know, you call it a dog fighting dog, or it was bred for dog fighting. There's just so many things, guys. You guys got to learn the law, know the law. And if you understand the law, you'll stop these people from walking up in your damn yard, taking them free looks. Stop letting them on your yard. You know, they really cannot go past the front door. They really can't go past the gate. People really understand that, whether you're doing right or wrong. Stop talking to animal control. Treat them just like they're the police. I have a right to remain silent. You know what I'm saying? And you don't have to answer to help further their investigation. Well, we got a call that there may be some dog, but then you need to find the person to call and go talk to them. Well, we just wanted to come and see, you know, see how if the dogs were doing. Well, guess what, guys? You can say no. And it's better that you say no and turn around and walk back in your house and shut the door than to stand out there and say no and have this conversation with them. You know, there's no need to have a conversation. Stop talking to them. You know, express your right to remain silent. Do not help them further on their investigation. Don't be in such a hurry to be like, I ain't got nothing to hide. Look, I ain't never had nothing to hide, yet I still have problems. You know, that was the worst thing that I could have ever done, was acting like I didn't have nothing to hide and open up my yard. No, they should never got past the front door. I know better now. You know, because they just come up with a bunch of lies, and those lies get through. Don't think, you know, they don't, because they do. You know, I'm scarred behind what they did to me, you know, and I'm not the only one. So you guys got to learn the law, know the law, You got to have your cameras because they're not allowed to go to the next door neighbor's yard, go in their backyard and look over the fence and look at your yard. But damn, if you ain't got a camera showing them poking their head up over that damn fence, they can lie and say they didn't do nothing and just concentrate on the fact that you have something wrong on your yard. That's a fact. They're not going to never get to the point how he got that information or how they got that information. Well, they got that information by going through somebody else's yard, looking over to your shit, which is against the law. That's supposed to be tossed out. But if y'all don't know that and you let them control the narrative, whether they look over the fence, they're going to continue going on the fact that this is what we found. And just because even though they got that information the wrong way, they'd be so stressing on what they had that the court don't even pay attention to how they got it. Because if you ain't sitting up there with a video camera or security camera seeing them do it, guess what? That shit is new. And you'll be dealing with charges that you know that you ain't supposed to be dealing with at all because it was obtained in the wrong way. So guys, y'all have the problem. Y'all are the ones that should be at war. Y'all are the ones that need to taking care and feeding these damn dogs. Y'all need to be taking care of how you prevent your dog in your lifestyle, because you want to run a treadmill, you got to have a treadmill to run your dog on. You want to have a breaking stick to walk down the street with your dog because there's a problem. You have a right to walk down the street and have a breaking stick. You know what I'm saying? What happens to anybody that has a kennel accident? Does that mean you got to get rid of those dogs immediately? Why can't you sit there and have a scarred up dog from a kennel accident and explain to the people that this was a kennel accident? But you better have a damn security camera showing it, and you better take it and put it in a safe on a thumb drive in case you ever need it. You break a chain, you better take that chain and go put it somewhere where you can always fall back on it. You break a collar, take that collar and go, don't never throw none of that away. None of it. Anytime you have an incident, you make sure that you cover yourself, because all it takes is that knock on your door and you act like you ain't got nothing to hide. And they're going to act like they you know, FBI, they think they the police. You know, they'll sit there and get to talking to you. You don't have nothing to say to them people. They worse than getting a ticket. You know what I'm saying? They worse than getting a ticket. These are people you don't talk to at all. When they knock on your door, you ain't nothing you need to be telling them but to go, I didn't call you, go find out who called you. Well, we got these dogs out here, or this, we really believe this. Guess what? There ain't even nothing to talk about. All you have to do is say, I have a right to remain silent, but I'm choosing to take that right. I don't want you asking me any questions to further your investigation, because I don't want to be a part of your investigation. And just turn around and walk off. Not stand there and look, not stand there and listen. Turn around and walk away. So that means if you do that, you better go walk away, wait till they leave, and make sure that everything on your yard is on point. Because ain't but one way they be able to get on that yard as long as you keep doing that, and that's going to get a search warrant. And they better have probable cause. And then when you come down to that probable cause, that's why you need them security cameras. If you don't want something on that security camera, don't do it around your security camera. If you got something on that security camera you don't want nobody to see, then you need to take that goddamn security camera big footage and get rid of it. Delete it. Quick. Not wait a couple of days or a couple of weeks and the next thing you know, something go wrong and they got their hands on your shit. No, there's something that you got to slap the shit out of your dog, or your dog tried to bite you, you busted his head over the head with a shovel and knocked him out. You hear all those kind of stories. Well, guess what? Under security camera, if you know you done knocked your dog over the head with biting your ass, and that's all you had to do to stop him from attacking you, make sure that you get it off your camera. You know what I'm saying? The camera is there to use as evidence for you, not against you. So if it ain't got no business on there, take it off. But you need those cameras because they will do anything and they will say anything. And if you cannot back it up with actual proof, then everything has been taken away from you. Now you're standing there fighting for your freedom. You're fighting for your dogs. Learn the law and stop letting these people on your yard. As a matter of fact, stop letting them knock on your door. They got every right to knock on your door, but they don't have no right to answer your question, to ask you a question that you got to give them an answer to. You don't got to give them nothing. Don't answer nothing. Don't say nothing. Okay? So how'd it go, man? Everybody listen to that?
Big shout out to my man.
Big shout out to my man, Sean Smoking.
Rick Watson. What up, fam? Appreciate you guys showing up tonight.
My man,
Hey, look.
Eric Watson. What up, fam? Appreciate you guys showing up.
Give me something. Show me some love. Give me them thumbs up, thumbs up. Thumbs up, thumbs up.
Show me some love.
Muscles.
Give me them thumbs up,
Muscles.
thumbs up, thumbs up.
Muscles. Now, for yourself,
Muscles.
including some damn roses.
Give me some damn roses.
We need them damn
We
roses.
need them damn roses.
Then it said, hey, twin, I just did my breeding with my Stone City Mayday Jeep.
Stone City Mayday Jeep.
To my Pit Island female. I want to bless y'all with a pup.
Female.
Going to
I
inbox y'all
to bless y'all with a pup.
Make it a female. Whatever you do, Dennis, make sure it's a female.
We're going on, come
Whatever
around.
you do, Dennis, make sure it's a female.
Do me nice, I'm gonna do you back nice.
For sure. You
Appreciate
know,
the love, fam.
you're gonna love us.
Do me nice, I'm gonna do you back nice.
Yeah. Appreciate that love, though, man.
Yes.
Look, where we at here? This is better hear you.
Can y'all still hear me?
Yeah, they can still hear you.
All right, fellas, I really appreciate y'all listening in.
Yeah, they can still hear you.
Hey, I'm gonna put a dinner on the wall. Okay, what's my man say? Yes, they can knock at the door, but it is not against the law not to answer the door. And tell them again, Lamont, you need to put that down there one more time. If you home, don't go to the door. He is so right about that.
Big shout out to my man MB4 Fire in the house, showing that love. Appreciate that, fam.
Big shout out to my man MB4 Fire in the house, showing that love. Appreciate that, fam. Dennis Follower said, I got y'all, OG. I got 8. Yes, sir. Some of them is, you know, through the many different ways
how we did this situation. It's important that
how
you guys
we did this situation. It's important that you guys try to get a concept
together. What's the purpose behind?
It really was a purpose.
Just trying to pass that down
behind how that was done, and we're just trying to pass that down to you because we weren't the only ones doing it. You could just get a grip on if
you're guaranteed.
You take certain dogs and do them a certain way, you're guaranteed that
look at all the other people with
these type of dogs. We say
if they was doing it and they were we're doing it like they're doing it, we should be no different.
That means if we're doing it like they're doing it, then
why is they getting RL and winners and
nothing for sure.
No, they was
why is they getting ROMs and winners and we not? No, they was getting them just like we was. We just weren't doing it as long as they were. But the thing was, we did learn how to put our own shit together and use our own shit and make it work for us.
It worked.
So that just shows you, and we're trying to tell you, this should show you that it worked.
Good breeding,
what we call
good
breeding stock.
That's
good breeding, good dogs. That's important. I appreciate everybody giving up some hearts and the muscles and hanging out with us as we talk this bulldog talk.
The craziest thing that
I learned, the craziest thing
podcast. There's a lot of people.
I learned since we've been having this
other people's experience
podcast.
I think it's important
There's a lot of people who talk a whole
People who have the experience,
lot.
who
I think it's
share that
important.
information,
It's
pay close
willing
attention
to
to
share
what
that
they're
information,
because they don't
pay
have to.
close attention to what they're saying, because they don't
Some of us just
have to be
because
sitting there
we owe it back to the game. It would just be good if everybody would just.
Some of us just do it because
do what the next person did that was successful. Because that's
the next person did that was successful.
I'd be glad to see the first wall
Because
climbing.
That's what's needed nowadays.
Dog of the year world champion.
I'd be glad to see the first wall climbing,
But I guarantee you, we're not
dog
going
of
to
the
talk
year.
about Boy Rascal.
But I guarantee you, we're not going to be talking about Jeep Red Boy Rascal
From Akron.
or Mayday.
He said, Sean Smokey, he said, go on hard Kennels. Where y'all
Smokey
from?
said, go on hard Kennels. Where y'all from? We from Akron, Ohio, Sean. But we live in Florida.
Yeah, we've been
around
with the Bulldogs,
yeah,
North Carolina.
we started out
North Carolina
with the Bulldogs in North Carolina, from North Carolina to Ohio, from Ohio to Florida.
Appreciate you asking, fam, but nah, man.
That's our bull.
We Bulldog everywhere we've been. So I put like this. Everything from North Carolina to Ohio to Florida, just put like this, we got that. And that's good considering the people that we was running with. We had nothing on it. But the thing was, we had enough that we could be, worth talking about. So,
Hey, he said he's from North Carolina. We was down there. Look, man, we saw Michael Jordan play when he was in high school.
Yeah, Sean, we've been at you Carolina.
Yeah, Sean, we've been at you Carolina. We was down there when
played against
what was that against North Carolina.
Harold
what was that boy's name?
Harold.
Yeah, another last name was Suggs.
Was it Harold?
Harold Suggs.
His name was Suggs.
Might have been Harold Suggs.
Him and Mike, they was just two
competitors. But he was him and Mike, they was just two competitors, two big,
I seen Mike.
And I seen Mike, show his ass. And I knew he was gonna be cold.
I think Kinston did beat them for the
but I think
state championship.
Kinston did beat them for the
region that year.
The state championship.
I think it was.
We was in Kinston, North Carolina.
That year. But yeah, that Carolina run was a very.
So that's what we was. We was in North Carolina, Jacksonville, but we both got children in Kinston, North Carolina, where we actually was hanging out at. Yep, from Kinston, took us all over North Carolina. We had girlfriends up in Durham and Winston-Salem, Elizabeth City. So yeah, we was in North Carolina. That's my second. That's my second home.
Sean, we was in Carolina.
Sean, we was in Carolina. So nothing but Eli
dogs. Eli Snooty.
Eli Snooty.
Eli Snooty.
Get that little posse bus.
Can't forget that posse.
Neat.
We was.
Don't forget the lightning stuff. Pure power.
With the metric TNT dogs. We was running with him.
Can't forget the lightning. Sure, power with the metric TNT dogs. We was running with him.
I see why people were afraid.
Even though they wouldn't mess with him, we were using. I see why people were afraid of those Hedrick TNT dogs.
Carolina had a lot of good dog men around us.
Carolina had a lot of good dog men around us. But I heard my story about how I felt about that because it was funny that all the brothers was hating on us because we was getting dogs from them people and we just seemed to have better dogs. Because we had to test our dogs or something.
Even that ball on the
constantly beating up their dogs. So
What did it lead to?
Even that
It led to
brought on a bunch of to them getting their doors, the doors opening for them to be able to get those same kind of dogs.
Quit waiting on them to
Quit
give
waiting
you
on them
dogs,
to give you
and go down there and
dogs,
talk to 20 of them who
and
got
go down there
that Molly
and talk to
B,
20 of
little
them who
posse
got
busters to
that
go
Molly
there
B,
and see
little
if
posse
some
buster shit
dogs
over
from
there. See if you can get some dogs from them.
you. Yeah, my man Tony Wade down right around the corner.
Yeah, my man
How was
Tony
he doing?
Way
Is he
down
running
there,
around here?
right around the corner. You know, how is
He
he
was
getting
only
good dogs? Why?
able to get in
Certain
there
people
and get
was
their hands
able
on
to get in
themselves.
there and get
But
their hands on
I
them
felt
dogs.
like
That's why
all
I
the
felt
dog
like
guys was
with
down there
all
when
the
we were
dog guys was down there when we was down there. You
you
know,
don't hear
you
many
don't
that came up
hear
out of there
many
back in
that came
that
up out
time
of there
period
back in
that we're
that time
talking about.
was what they're talking about.
You know, as far as brothers was
You know,
concerned.
as far as brothers
I'm
was
talking
concerned.
about Browntown, Greenville,
I'm talking
Goldsboro,
about Browntown,
Snow Hill,
Greenville,
Pink
Gold,
Hill, Jacksonville,
Gastonia.
Jacksonville,
Jacksonville,
yeah. I
Where
mean,
that
man,
boy was from, like.
Gastonia, yeah. I mean, man,
I remember Browntown was somewhere close by. There's
remember
another
Browntown,
spot right
another
there.
another spot right in
Where
there,
the green,
on the way to Green.
Greenville,
That
Greenville.
Greenville, but I thought it was a win or something.
Winterville. You
Yeah,
got Greenville, but I thought
Winterville.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember where it was both days. I
Winterville.
know like that there because I pass it every time I go through.
But yeah, man, that
all
Carolina,
highway.
that
But
Carolina,
yeah, man, that Carolina,
brothers down there who had
that Carolina run,
things was different.
down there who had
We made our
dogs, but
rounds.
Oh yeah, we were smashing hard.
things was
A lot
different.
of shit changed.
We made our rounds.
But yeah, man, look.
A lot of shit
Ask
changed.
Sean, what part of North Carolina you from? If you get a chance, man.
We got to ask Sean, what part of North Carolina you from? You ever get a
You know, I
chance,
got
man?
family down
Put
there.
that down in there because,
I got
you know,
I got grandchildren down there, so I'm always
still, I
making
got
it a
to,
way
you know,
to get down there.
I got
and
grandchildren.
spend time with them. So,
So-
there's nothing wrong going around seeing some bulldoggers while I'm in the area.
It's
We'll be glad to see some of you guys
making
break
it a
bread with you. Sit down, talk bulldog
way
with you.
to get down there.
I got me a treadmill from down there. I go all the way down there.
We'll be glad to see some of you guys break bread with you. Sit
I had
down,
a
talk
dog named
bulldog
Murder.
with you.
It's pretty popular in
Yeah.
that area.
But look here, fellas, we finna get out of
Look
here.
here, fellas.
Appreciate
Get
everybody.
out of here.
Thanks for all the love.
Appreciate everybody.
Go fire.
Thanks
Appreciate
for
that, man. It's a great show. Glad I woke up 3 a.m. for this.
so glad I woke up 3 a.m. for this bulldog talk. Is it that late? I think it's, let me see, 3 o'clock. I'll flip
But look here, fellas.
out.
Y'all know what? We're gonna be back here
But look here,
Tuesday
fellas.
and talk shit Tuesday.
Y'all know what?
But until then,
We're gonna be
You
back
know,
here Tuesday.
what y'all doing
for
while we keep doing
talk
what
shit.
we're doing. But whatever,
Keep doing
and
what
how
we're doing.
you doing
But
anything,
whatever,
just remember,
however
always-
you doing anything, just
you
remember,
mean always. I mean, goddamn,
always.
you better always, you know.
I mean,
scratch
goddamn,
it.
you better
Love
win, baby.
one.
Y'all do what y'all do. We do it.
I
We
do what y'all
it to
do.
the
We
end.
do it. We do it to the end.
Keep it straight.
We gonna just
I'm get out of here.
shit. I'm
Amen.
get out of here. Amen. I'll see y'all Tuesday. Out of here. Do this. Like this. Yeah.
Ta-da.
Ta-da. I do. There we go. Okay.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, and Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying.